going on? Consciouztv, your favorite breakdown commentary to CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to talk about. Before we get into it, I need you guys to go ahead and thumbs up. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. All right. So whether you part of the replay gang, active with me in real time in these streets, or you are a Bush baby, please run me a like. It don't cost you nothing. If you enjoy everything that the King does, you can always donate to the platform, $Consciouztv on Cash App and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv. That's conscious with the Z on the end, and all donation information is in the ticker at the bottom of the screen as well as in the description box below. Also, please have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a where you lay the lane. Just let them know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Thursday. I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Thursday. It is such an awesome Thursday. I thought we was going to have a little bit of a storm, but, you know, it kind of puff and didn't give, girl. That storm didn't pass the blunt at all. I was looking forward to the thunder and the rain and the earthquaking and, you know, my neighbors' housings being uprooted and thrown into the sky. Girl, I wanted all the smoke and all the action, child, but it ain't give up nothing. But we here safe and sound. Now, you guys also know we're in a retrograde, and retrograde has been blessing me, but who it has not been good to is my Wi-Fi. So for some reason, my Wi-Fi and retrograde have been going through it, girl. You know, my Wi-Fi be doing what it want to do throughout the day. So luckily, I'm going to have one of your favorite co-hosts here with me today to have this riveting discussion. And so when retrograde zaps my black ass out of here, you guys will have somebody else here still behind the wheel to carry on in my name and likeness until the King returns for a second coming. Okay? Matter of fact, with no further ado. Hi, Bubs.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on,
What you
CTV
laughing at?
King? You and yo damn, just how you describe shit be so funny to me. Just be hilarious. But how are y'all doing?
We are doing well. You look fit and fine.
Yes, I'm trying. I'm a leprechaun, so you know you can't be short and you know out of whack. So you know you got to be able to balance some shit out. Yes, but I'm glad to be here. Yes.
You're gonna make up for it somewhere.
Lord, have mercy.
Well, I'm happy to have you, and I'm
Here.
looking forward to this discussion. We also may have a third co-host, which is rumors until you guys pulling in. If we're still live by the time that she gets done with her own live stream on Instagram. So, you know, be prepared for that. I want to also speak to the Conscious Crew before we get started. You guys, please run those likes all the way up. What's going on, Shawnee? Hey, Tamika. Hey, Vanessa. Hey, Renee. What's going on? The Tia Lavender. Hey, Boo. What's going on? Teresa. Hey, Love. Hey, Deborah. Hey, Marsha. Hey, Keita. Hey, Star. Hey, Carolyn. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Loving the Natural. What's going on? Kimani's Way. Hey, Tracy. What's going on, Miss Leo? Hey, Sweet Love. Hey, Charity the Gift. Hey, Boo. Hey, my Judge Shady. Hey, Love. Hey, my baby mother, Ken Goddess. Hey, babe. What's going on, Vicky? Hey, Lauren. Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. Okay, y'all, run those likes up because y'all know that YouTube be playing on my head top when it comes to notifications. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to Buff to God on Instagram as well as on YouTube. It's spelled just how it is here in his avatar name, Bubs the God on YouTube, you guys. He is literally pinches away from his 1K. Okay, so you guys make sure. He also just commented in the comment section, so just click on his name and press subscribe on his channel. He has a major project that he's about to debut as well, so you don't want to miss this stuff. Make sure you guys subscribe.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes. And also, before we get forward real quick,
yes,
y'all know how I am for the people, for the certain people, okay, in the conscious kingdom, girl, that partake of the herb. I would like to know, what strain are you on tonight? Even if you offer edible, what you own? Is it sativa? Is it hybrid? Is it indica? Mine right now, baby, is Top Smoke. Shout out to Top Smoke, girl. It's an infused one, and it's called guava. And guava has been guavinating me. Okay, so I'm excited for this conversation. So let me know again if that's a part of your stilo. Let me know, what is you puffing on. I know that CTV wanted to puff on the shit, girl, but we give CTV a goddamn joint, girl. The whole fucking electrical grid gonna blow up.
Yeah, THC and cannabis, they act like cerebral to my Xavier, honey.
Lord.
How you done lift the planet out of orbit and shit. So, I try to stay grounded, honey. The last thing I need is a boost, honey. Okay. And all things become possible through the cannabis that empowers and strengthens me. Yes, God. Baby mama. Thank you, baby mama Kim, for the old nasty piece of child support check.
Come on, Ashley. Ashley said I'm on sativa, baby. It's called Luscious Likey. Girl, I messed that last word up, girl. But I love sativa. I'm off sativa right now. So yes, shout out to the sativa. Come through, Ashley. But yes.
I'm so glad that Buster Gods has a habit of attracting all the drug addicts to my channel.
Amen, girl. Shout out to us, bitch. How you doing?
Look, I was just
somebody got to reach out.
I was just telling somebody the other day. I said sometimes I feel like I'm actually too sober for all this shit. I said I probably need to be sipping on something at this point in my life. I probably need to be smoking, puffing, piping on something in my life because,
like, if you're gonna puff and on some stuff, make sure it's stuff that's grown from the earth. Okay,
what else would I be puffing?
I don't know.
What?
It's 2025.
You do know.
There's a lot of shit.
I barely want to puff on that, yet alone some Frankenstein laboratory created ish.
Oh yeah, I forgot, girl. You was on ayahuasca and all that other type of stuff, girl. You done seen all the realms of the realms. What's that one African dude say? We are praying to the beginner of the beginning before the beginning begun, girl. Just all that.
Yeah, we're going on, baby father Deshaun. Hey, Bo. Hey, Erica.
Lord, hey, Deshaun about to bully me in these comments, Lord.
Yes. So, y'all, I got to just give y'all a disclaimer when it comes to this discussion. How can I say this? If you are teen parents, you're probably going to be triggered real bad in this discussion, girl. Okay, I'm about to reverse Uno the whole thing. Okay, so I'm letting y'all know, baby, it might be a little bit of a rough ride for y'all, but I'm a healer, and we got to get to the root and the tutti of a thing. We got a major in the major and minor in the minor, okay? And we're going to do that by continuing on in the continuity of all the drama that Chantel Christie and Jackie Christie from this season of Basketball Wives got going on. Now, I had to fill in Bubs on the back end because he had no idea what the hell was going on. And just to make a real long story real short, for those of you who have no idea what's going on, you probably have been seeing what's happening though in the blogs. This season 12, episode 11 of Basketball Wives, resulted in Jackie Christie and her youngest daughter Chantel Christie coming to physical blows on the show, which was a product of a buildup of tension between the mother and daughter all season long. You guys, if you are at all familiar with Basketball Wives, may or may not know. Well, for those of you who are familiar, y'all know that Jackie and Chantel have had a complicated relationship in real life. And there also is an estranged daughter by the name of Takari, who is Jackie's oldest daughter from another relationship. Apparently, Takari's father's name is Tyrone. And Takari also has had a very complicated and troubling relationship to her mother as well. She wrote a tell-all book that tell-all book was weaponized by Evelyn Lozada against Jackie a few seasons ago. We know that Chantel came on a few seasons ago of Basketball Wives and kind of aired her mom out to some of her mom's ops on the platform and talked about the way that her mom basically was a colorist and how she treated her oldest sister, Takari, and how the mom pitted them together, etc. So this season has been really explosive between them. You guys know we've been having conversations here about who's right, who's wrong, and where we all putting accountability at. You guys know that while I hold everyone accountable, I hold Chantel accountable, Jackie accountable, and I hold Doug accountable. We're going to kind of put more of a precise heat-seeking accuracy on where the true onus really should be in the situation, and then we'll work ourselves down. So Carlos King debuted an interview today that he had with Chantel. This is her first public interview since the episode aired. You guys know that she also had made a post to her Instagram following the debut of the episode where she pretty much spoke about how she was not proud of her actions this season, but she's also not ashamed, and basically that this has been a learning experience and that she wants some grace from the public because they have no idea what it's like to practically have a narcissistic mother. And then I learned even more about the dynamics from this interview with Carlos King. I learned some jaw-dropping things about how that tension actually really built even on this season, which apparently at least started off okay between Chantel and Jackie the first 2 episodes. But once I listened to all 2 hours of Chantel's interview, I really was able to get it. Now, I know that you haven't watched the interview, Bubs, right? Okay.
No, I haven't watched it. Nope.
All right. So luckily, I took my notes, and we will be able to follow the path there. I'm going to put up a little visual too, child. Well, no, because Bub's all cammed up and stuff.
Just for a little bit. I don't know how long we're gonna be here, so that shit might change. I don't know.
The Wu Child effect, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna just read excerpts from the interview, Bubs, and if there's anything that you want to speak to, you just let me know. And I'm gonna be doing the same. So in the top of the interview, Chantel said that she did not grow up with a silver spoon in her mouth, despite public perception. That she was an outgoing kid and young person, and that she always had a sense of independency and get up and go about herself, and was doing hair and, you know, just always doing different things to establish herself. She also said she was raised alongside Jackie's mother, who lived in the home and took care of her. And that grandmother is Jackie's mother, the same grandmother that also raised Takari and that raised Dougie Jr. or Doug Jr., which Chantel says brought a lot of positive value to her upbringing. So what I really, really, really understand about Jackie's mom is that, at least as a grandmother, Cora really nailed the shit. Like, she really, 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 really did a great job at being emotionally available, being physically present, being a nurturer, and just being a rock and a pillar for her grandchildren. Like, her grandchildren continue to give her roses and speak very, very, very highly of Cora. Now, she did say that she does feel her mother Jackie chose her marriage over being a mother, but says that now that she herself is a mother and a wife, married also to an athlete, that it does help her to understand the temptations that could lead to a woman in her and her mom's shoes, choosing to supervise their husbands to keep him out of trouble with other women while on the road. And she says that she tries to look at it as just a choice that Jackie made rather than it being a right or wrong decision. She says that her grandma was the one who was really around, though, for all of the important moments, like her getting her first period and, you know, all of these things that are really unique and special to a young person's upbringing, that her grandmother stood in the gap for that. I want to put a little 1-2 in here when it comes to Jackie and her being so male identified and her pretty much giving her children to her mother to raise, while she kept Doug's penis either in his pants or in her. I wonder, because, you know, I've really been trying to figure out why in the hell was Jackie running behind Doug the way that she did, you know, to the point that she really left behind not one time, but 3 children in pursuit of keeping an eye out on her husband. There's only kind of 3 things I can think here. Because Jackie was trying to be a reality TV star before Basketball Wives, she had some little makeshift reality show of her own that she was trying to do that nobody gave a damn about. Then Shani recruited her for Basketball Wives. So we know that Jackie always wanted to be a star and always wanted to be in the limelight and always wanted to be that girl. And I wonder if one of the things that made her kind of obsess over Doug was the fact that Doug was a lick. Doug was an opportunity because he was a young NBA player. He's coming into all this money. You know, athletes are about just as famous as rappers and singers and any other talent is. And so if this was kind of like her big break as well as her bag was tied into Doug.
Yeah.
Then there's another thing. I don't hear a lot about Jackie's father, like who was Cora's husband or who was the grandmother's spouse. If she had, it doesn't sound like she had a spouse and she was so busy raising the grandchildren, but could Jackie have had also like a father fracture? And this caused her to be super male identified as well. Or third alternative, did Doug cheat on Jackie early on in their relationship, and Jackie decided the way she was going to remedy that was by stalking him for the remainder of his career, and Doug settled for that as a punishment?
Or it could be all 3. This point,
It could be
amalgamation of all
3.
that. Yeah, because to your point, like when you are dating, again, I'm just speaking from what I see, not what I know, but dating an athlete, somebody who has that hyper level of awareness and visibility and all that comes with that, yeah, you're gonna have to find a way to be really secure in yourself, because there's gonna be other people trying to get at your partner for multiple reasons. Then a lot of times they feel like they may have to keep themselves up to compete with the women that continuously are in their faces. So I do believe it could be that, especially since you said that her daughter, who now also dates an athlete, can now start to somewhat understand that, even though the responsibility should also be put on the athlete. If you love somebody and care about somebody, you're trying to build with them, why the fuck are you having all these side projects unless this is something that was communicated? The father fracture thing, I think that could be that as well. I would like for you to kind of break that down a little bit more. And if he did cheat and you got a stalk and you over here like giving old girl from Why Did I Get Married a run for her money, knowing all the miles and shit on the car and how far it is from your house to that place, all that type of stuff, you should not be dating that person at all. But I think, again, it could be all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could be all of that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You're right. It could be a combination of all of that. Typically, there is a little bit of this and a little bit of that going on in mess. As it relates to a father fracture, sometimes what happens if a woman doesn't heal from a father fracture, whether she had a physically abusive father, whether she had a emotionally unavailable father, or whether her father was just completely and utterly physically absent altogether, is sometimes what a woman didn't get from her father is what she seeks from a man to heal. It's like the little girl in her is healing that father fracture through the pursuit of the love from men in their romantic lives.
Because don't they say that, you know, a girl's first love is her father?
Is her first father. So imagine if a
Yeah. So if
girl
you don't know what that
doesn't
looks
have her
like,
father
yeah.
or has been heartbroken by her father through his
Mm,
emotional absence or
right.
his physical abuse, this then can yes cause a woman to supplement what she didn't get from her father from the men in her life romantically.
Yeah, in like a very toxic or low vibrational type of way.
Yeah, it's kind of like starving. That's how I look at depravity, whether it's emotional depravity or mental depravity. If you've been deprived of something in a relationship, it creates a hunger, and then you're kind of going to turn into desperate Betty, especially if that depravity has been severe. And you're going to be seeking out the quenching to whatever that thirst is on an emotional level or on a mental or physical level. So this can explain why a lot of people are kind of like desperate, like where the desperation comes up. The desperation is the result of a profound depravity on some level of consciousness. So the larger the depravity, the greater the desperation is going to be, and people can really get lost in the sauce of the desperation. They can make some really bad choices in people. They can go to some extreme measures to comfort themselves. This can create a pathology of a person pursuing people. So Iyanla said something very powerful on Fix My Life. She said, a woman is going to hold on, let me see how I can say this. A woman is going to pursue in a man romantically who her father is, who her father is not, or who she always wanted her father to be. Those are going to be the three things that are going to inform what type of man a woman is seeking. So if, let's say that Jackie's dad was either not around at all, he died at an early age, or he left them at an early age, or he was around but maybe was emotionally unavailable, then if that father fracture wasn't healed, Jackie was going to then pursue emotionally unavailable men, which may play out in the fact that Doug was trying to have a long distance relationship to her. And that actually appealed to her because she was used to the chase. She was used to the distance. She was used to, like, that was familiar, even though that familiarity hurt her. But the thing that hurts you is the thing that you seek to heal. So it also attracted her. And so those circumstances on a psychological level made her pursue attempting to really validate herself by trying to make it work with Doug. And if she could hold his attention, if she could get him to love her, if she could be worthy of being his woman, despite the fact that he got all these choices, and despite the fact that he's always on the road, then on that psychological spiritual level, she was going to connect that to her inner child healing, which also, I want to add, does not actually heal and result in healing.
Yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. I was just going to go on to the next note, but if you got something you want to add to.
No, I was just saying, I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm looking at the picture here, and it's sad because there's a lot of hurt and pain in the projection and the bleeding out of that. I am not very knowledgeable on what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Again, CTV gave me the cliff notes on everything, but energetically speaking, this is sad because you have people that are crying out for attention, for love, and there are people who are not giving that to them. And when you continue to go back to the, which I'm sure we're going to get into, the whole respectability politics, a lot of times both the parent and the child, if not healed, can be manipulative to where they're going to be beating the hell out of a dead horse. You know what I mean? And you pass that pathology down to your children. Because here it is. I think somebody said in the comments that she is trying to manifest possibly the same life as her mother. You know what I'm saying? So again, just looking at this toxic way of living and then trying to remake that, and you're not even healed, to transmute it in some type of way is just, it's just very sad. You know what I mean? It's just very, very sad. And I hope more of the information, the emotional information, comes out during this live, because I know that this is something that a lot of us can definitely relate to, whether we're going through it. We know somebody who went through it. We've been through it. You know, I'm just curious to see what's going to be given in tonight's live. But just looking at old girl's face, it's just like, wow, I can just imagine a little girl in her that is like hurting, because the
Yeah.
one person that is supposed to love her and show her what that divine masculine energy looks like, so she can find a partner that will be able to give her that same energy or more, is not making the time for that. You know, and that shit affects the rest of the world. It affects all of us. You know what I mean? Which, again, I'm pretty sure we're going to get into. So if y'all are prepared, make sure y'all got something to sip on. And again, make sure you got something to hit, because baby, we going there. If you feel offended, just say ouch. Just say ouch in the comments. Ouch, ouch. That kind of hurt a little bit. But let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So the interview went on. Where am I? Okay. When asked by Carlos, why does it seem like Jackie gets more judgment than Doug, the father, does? Chantel said, because it's a difference in experiences. Says that Doug experiences Jackie as a wife, but her and her siblings experience Jackie as a parent. Her response to me didn't really speak to the question. It was clear to me that Chantel didn't really get that Carlos was asking her, since it takes two to go half on any baby, why aren't both parents being held equally responsible for the end result, especially since Doug could have been more assertive where he may have been passive. He could have did more to regulate Jackie, to correct Jackie, than what he did. He also could have been more reassuring to Jackie once he noticed that she had an unhealthy codependency upon him. If he just would have possibly reassured her that he could be faithful and committed, then maybe Jackie also could have felt safe and secure enough to be more active in the kid's life and kind of stay behind at home instead of stalking him his whole NBA career. Or whether it was Doug who could have did more to hold Jackie to task for her mistreatment of the girls, or rather Doug could have scaled back on his career to be more of a father, which could have contributed to the improvement of the things that were going on at home. Chantel, she really didn't understand the question. Carlos kind of didn't really press the issue, but I wish that Carlos would have kind of like opened up the question more, because the way Chantel answered it, it was clear that she thought the way she answered it was like, well, I like Doug better than Jackie, that Doug as an individual has better qualities than my mother does. And I had a individual better relationship to him because he has better qualities than my mother does. But since we're really talking about the context of a family and a nuclear family, regardless of as an individual who Doug is, it was more so about really, did Doug drop the ball in terms of being a team player? Because it seemed like he dropped the ball as a team player. Maybe as an individual, he's good, but it's obvious that he dropped the ball. Chantel really kind of didn't want to give Doug that criticism, but Chantel does need to understand that Doug is equally at fault for all of this than Jackie is. And I'm going to press the gas a little bit further. If I were in a situation with my spouse and I saw that my spouse was scarring my children, because Chantel did say that Doug was very repentive. If he was wrong, if he had done something wrong, he was easier to speak to. He always offered up forgiveness and acknowledged, his wrongdoing if he had personally hurt her. But if I had a spouse who was scarring my children and my children were continuing to struggle to have if they were continuing to have issues with my spouse, and I can personally even see through my spouse's codependency upon me that they are a hot mess as well, hell, even in the marriage, to be honest, I would be willing to separate entirely from my partner. Like, I would do whatever I had to do to protect my children emotionally and mentally. Because my whole thing is, y'all the ones who brought children into this world. The children that bring themselves in. And you don't get to choose your spouse over your kids before they are adults. You don't get to abandon, not be there for. You don't have those type of luxuries as a parent. You brought these beings without their consent into the world. Therefore, it's a mandate that you show up and that you prioritize them until they are able to hold their own as young adults in the world, and then you let go and you reclaim you. But so as much as I would love my partner, this might be the love of my damn life. This might be my forever person. This might be the best sex I ever had in my life. This might be the most supported I ever been. I mean, my partner could be everything in the world to me. But I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to love my partner more than I love my children. I'm just not.
Agreed.
I'm just not.
Agreed.
I'm just not. And
Agreed.
if my partner dared pose as any type of perpetual, if my partner posed as any type of a perpetual harm, emotionally, mentally, or physically to my children, baby, your ass gonna have to go.
Okay.
You gotta
With the
go.
quickness, with the swiftness.
Oh yeah, this is over. You gotta go.
Okay. Moving along with your
Oh,
ass.
what are your thoughts on that?
I'm just preparing myself for what this conversation might bring. Yes, in reference to Doug, I do believe that he should have played more of a role in his child's life. But that's the issue when you look at it on a broader scale. There are a lot of people that I feel like who became parents who were not ready to be parents. But to your point, if that is your reality, you now mandated to take care of that child. But see, if we would have had more community, because it takes a village to raise a child, then maybe there will be other areas in which, if they're not getting a certain type of love or affirmation that they deserve, or shall I say require from their parents, there are people in the community that will be able to stand in the gap and to provide that if the biological parent does not do that. I.e., like when Obama talked about how if black men were to diversify their male friend group, including gay men, they might be able to attract people in their lives who are going to help them become a better man. But you have people that fight against that. So you have the creation, again, the male and the female coming together. Because remember, y'all tell us all the time, we can't do this. This ain't gonna work. So you bring them into this world, but now it's about taking care of them. And let's be real. I feel like a lot of parents, they love their kid, but they don't really like their ass.
Or could it be in reverse? They like the kids but don't love them.
That too. But that's why I think that before people should become parents, if you ask me, and I feel like this would be a smart thing to do, there needs to be a mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual evaluation of a person to see if they're capable of being able to bring a child into this world. Because to your point, you're bringing another life form, another lowercase g, into this world that has the ability to impact and affect millions upon millions of people. And this is the issue that happens a lot in the black community. There are, unfortunately, a lot of fractured families, or there are families who are together, but they're together for all the wrong reasons. It's just so much. So I think what this is doing is just, again, opening up a can of worms for us to really do some healing. Because one thing in the black community we love to do is to sweep shit under the rug. What happens in this house stays in this house until it gets on social media. And yes, to your point, as far as parents is concerned, that is an action. Is for a lot of people, unfortunately, it's just a title. When you are a mother or a father, that is an action. That is something that you're doing. That's a verb. It's something that you are putting into motion. And I was even telling CTV this before we did the live. When I look back over my romantic experiences with the people that I dated, the very few I was in a relationship with, the majority of them, 95% of them, all had problems and issues with their parents. And the gag of it all is that these individuals had problems with their mothers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I think because more so for me, I had problems and issues with my father.
Yeah.
Because this is dealing with women, I kind of want to also delve deeper into it just so I can get a better understanding of that. You know what I mean? Because, I would have believed or would like to believe that women would be able to be more of, well, you know what? St- Never mind, because now I'm trying to go somewhere else and it's not connected. So never mind. We can move forward. We can move forward.
Well, what's interesting with that is you would think so. It's interesting how two type of logics exist. On one hand, it seems logical for people to blame the parent that stuck around because the parent that did stick around is going to eventually tally up a score of wrongdoings because that parent is active. So, they get to be judged and critiqued. The parent who's not around got to avoid all of the ebb and flows. Therefore, for some people, that results in the exoneration of the parent because they weren't around to scar you. But the issue with that is the scar you don't feel doesn't mean that there's no scar there. So an absent parent is scarring, even if you don't feel, because by default and by nature, this is a two-person responsibility and job. And what just ends up really happening is that you just end up suppressing altogether the parent that never showed up because you're fixated on the parent that is in place. And depending on what type of job that parent is doing, then just becomes your only reference for what happened to you and what your experience was of the father that raised you or of the mother that raised you. So my heart, in a lot of ways, really do empathize for a lot of women who end up left behind in single parent situations because women oftentimes have to navigate the hurt they have experienced in their relationship and then also survive as a single parent to the best of their ability with the children that have been abandoned in the process.
And now that you said that, I just want to say something real quick
Go ahead.
because I was going to let it go. But I was going to say, statistically speaking, black women have shown up at large. I'm not saying at all, because as we can see, as we're talking about right now, there are some black women that could have showed up a lot better. But a lot of times, black women, unfortunately, have to end up biting the bullet and having to be the mama and the damn daddy and having to take care of children and sacrifice their lives. They already low key, in a sense. I don't even want to say the word sacrifice because I don't want people to take what I'm saying out of context. But females have to allow a symbiotic relationship with their child as it's growing inside of their womb. They're sharing things with their children on a level that males will never really understand. So, of course, I feel like there's going to be that fire inside of them that's going to make sure they do what they can for their damn children. But I also believe there are women out there that's like this shit. Mama got to have a life too. There are some women out there that be like, you know what? What I could have done is put y'all ass in the system and made it all about me. You know what I mean? So I do think there are some regrets, and I don't even know if I want to use this term, but because you ain't buy nothing, but buyer's remorse, even though it's not buying, but you know what I mean? There's a remorse there because now you are a parent and have to deal with this responsibility. So I think there's a lot of information here that if we do it right, it will be very, very transformative. But again, we on Consciouztv, who you know, can see you asshole or see you asshole, whichever one you want to be, you will be seen regardless.
Yes. And Nita
That's all I
said
wanted
that
to say.
she's going through that right now with her, I guess, being the present parent and she's kind of catching the heat in the smoke.
Oh, wow.
And unfortunately, you know, that's going to happen because there's no other parent for the child to reflect upon or to weigh the experience against. So the parent that's around, you know, kind of gets fully exposed to the judgment of the cross.
And if y'all the parents that stayed around and you are experiencing this and you feel compelled to, I would love to be able to hear your story or testimony if you want to. I don't know what we're gonna do as far. I don't know if we're gonna drop the link. I don't know, depending on how the live goes. But I would love to be able to hear y'all perspectives because again, for the parents that are doing what needs to be done, I want to hear from y'all. Because like again, y'all catch hell and also sometimes end up becoming unfortunately innocent casualties in this situation when you really doing what the fuck you're supposed to be doing, even though your life changed. Do you get what I'm saying? So definitely share your thoughts. Sorry, go ahead.
I want to respond to what Trivia said. Chantel acknowledged that, but praised Duck's ability to own his part and honor her feelings, regardless of how he felt about the gripes. In essence, she deems Dad the better human and the better parent, and that's what Chantel didn't catch. She was describing Doug being a better person, but Doug has not been a good parent. He is seemingly a good person. Once again, individually, if you isolate him and separate him from the family and you isolate him from Jackie's husband and you even isolate him maybe even as a father, him as a standalone individual seems like a nice guy with nice qualities. But it really does pain me that Chantel doesn't understand that those are two different realities. Doug as an individual and Doug as a father. And both things can be true. Doug is a good person, but he dropped the ball as a father.
Because there are people who, because he is a good person, they're getting the energy and the attention that she wants from her father.
Say that again?
No, I said because also like the attention that he gives to other people that makes him a great man, a good man, that energy is not given to his daughter to become a father. So he's putting energy in places where I feel like it really shouldn't be or it should be more balanced. Because here it is, she's trying to call out for a relationship, some sort of connection. And normally a lot of times, a lot of men want to come back into their children's lives when they're adults. You know what I mean? But still don't even know how to work through the hurt and the guilt and the shame and the pain. They have an idea, but they don't know how to get through it. You know what I mean? So I was just saying, like, he's giving that energy to other people that makes him great. And yeah, he is great, but can he also be a great man who also is a great father? You get what I'm saying? That adds to
husband.
The man experience and a great husband.
You have to be good at all the things you've decided as a role. You choose to be a husband, your burden is to be a good husband. You choose to be a father, your burden is to be a great father. You choose to be a whatever you choose and how many things you check off on that to-do list, you have burdened yourself with the responsibility of being excellent and showing yourself approved in all of those roles you've assigned and chosen for yourself. And the reality of children being involved in the mix is that what children, and when I say children, I'm talking about even us as adult children, you always have to hold both parents accountable, including the one who ain't there, because once again, the natural order of the situation is that it took two. So you have two people who equally are behind the wheel of the car. The children are in the back seat. There are two steering wheels, and there are two people behind each one of those steering wheels. Those are the parents. Doug, as a father, allowed Jackie to steer only, and he chose to be a passenger along with the kids, and that's exactly what led to their scarring. You weren't supposed to be going along for the ride. You equally contributed to the direction of that car, the stability of that car on the road, and you were equally responsible for ensuring that it got from point A to point B properly. Even if you saw Jackie drunk behind the wheel, you were supposed to kick her ass out of the driver's seat and leave her ass on the side of the road. And if that meant a stable ride in that car, because once again, there are 3 people in the back who don't have the ability to drive, who did not ask to be here, who have no idea what's going on, and who are totally depending on the competency of their parents. Doug was too busy being satisfied as a husband and did not burden himself with the responsibility of being a father. And because Jackie was also okay with that as a mother, and then they had the grandmother, Cora, who was also so willing to come in and pick up all the slack, I think this really diluted Doug's understanding and his perception. And I think that Cora and Chantel kind of hinted to this, that her grandmother might have, being in her well-meaningness, ended up enabling Jackie, because Cora ended up being the mother that Jackie never had to be as a result of Cora being so overly involved. But Cora, the grandmother, also ended up doing that to Doug as well. She was the father that Doug never had to be.
Right.
And this kept both Jackie and Doug from being able to take full responsibility for themselves and for their own kids. So the issue here is like, now we got to go back to Jackie. Why marry somebody you can't trust outside of your presence? Why have married them to begin with? If you can't deal with the man being out of sight, that's wild. And the fact that you chose to be insecure and then chose to marry into insecurity, and then don't think there's anything wrong with the fact that your personal insecurities led totally to the emotional and mental abandonment of your children is crazy.
But I think I kind of want to, I guess, take a crack.
Hey, Style by Stevie. Hey, boo.
Oh, what's going on, Queen? What's going on, Queen? I think I want to take a crack at that real quick. Again, shout out to Blaming on the Dress. There's a chapter, and again, if you watch my project out, that's chapter 5. I'll be doing a visual interpretation on that. The man is told or is taught or set up to be the prize. I'm looking at the comments. Teresa Jenkins says black women catch hell with male children. If the father comes back when the son is almost grown, then he is the greatest father on earth, and the mother is blamed for the son's problems. It's the fact that, again, with the patriarchal system, women and those that do not follow the path of men, what they say, are seen as lower or less than. For those that want to be a part of the system, that want to cosplay in the system, to get ahead, to survive, whatever the case may be, they're going to follow a set of rules. So when you ask the question, well, what makes some of these women do this? Again, from the book's perspective and what I can agree with, it's because that man is valuable. He has money. He, I guess in a sense, for some people is attractive, because I like feminine men. So, you know, he's attractive. He's popular. I would be a fool to let all that go so that somebody else could be rocking those damn stones. I let you go. I can't let you go. Ooh, all that type of stuff. So I think that's the reason why they put up with it. And the men have the power so they can do what the fuck they want to do. I mean, this also is still coming from a mindset even back in the day where some people will say, well, you know, men are just men. Well, if your man unconscious as hell, if your man father or patriarchal system ain't challenging that shit, yeah. But if your man is conscious and he loves you and honors you and don't give a damn nor give a fuck what anybody else says because he the one that found his 1 in a million, all that, that is what you should want. And then on top of that, what pathology again do you believe that you are teaching your children? Since the queer people also got a pathology to pass on to the heterosexual people, let's look at this real life situation. Here it is. You have this woman who is passing on that same pathology to her daughter. Now, I hope that her daughter is with a man who honors and cherishes and values her. But if we gonna look at it generally, a lot of these motherfuckers have the pick of the litter. They can do whatever the hell they want to do because they have the money, the power, and the respect, and that opens up the doorway to pussy. And if I gotta play as daddy, that's cock blocking. If I gotta play as daddy, that's gonna take up too much time when I can be going over here doing Mr. Nasty time with other people. And then that causes again that fracture. And it continues the cycle. And at the end of the day, all of the children end up being the ones who are fucked up most in the situation. Because they're fucked up by two people or one person, depending on the situation, where somebody is toxic and the community is not there to help them for real. And I guess it also says that at this damn point, it don't matter if your ass is Shaquita working at Family Dollar or you a boss ass badass bitch with a mansion, multi-millions of dollars, girl. It don't matter. If you ain't healed, that shit gonna follow you wherever you are on the board. CTV says something about Uno, bitch. This motherfucker got a damn Uno, a skip, draw two, and Uno out on your ass with a draw 4. No shade. We'll continue, sorry.
And what I want to say, you don't have to say sorry. You are a
Girl,
commentator.
I know, girl. I still gotta learn. I'm still learning. Still learning.
I don't know what other people mean by the man provider, but I want to be clear about what I mean by the man provider. I'm talking about like providing everything, not just monetary and not just physical stability. All people are responsible for bringing all things to the table, emotionally, mentally, financially, etc. It's an equal contribution from both sides. And even if there's going to be an attempt to play into gender roles where one person is at home, one person is at work, still the person at work has to provide the emotional and mental and spiritual part as well. They have the burden of still providing all of those necessities that are important for the development of young people, of daughters, of sons, etc. Also, somebody had mentioned in the comment section that Jackie was in foster care at some point in time in her childhood. So this might explain why her mother, Cora, might have overcompensated. That might have been out of guilt. She might have felt like she let Jackie down at one point, and this was her making up for all of that, which was by being there for Jackie and just helping her and being there for her where she needed it. Or Cora was also protecting the goddamn bag. She's like, bitch, you got a licking, Doug. Go ahead and handle that and secure that. Go ahead and secure a Jay-Z, Beyonce. I'll take care of Blue and Rumi and all them folk. So that might have been why Cora was so overactive. It might have been out of her own shame and guilt. Hey, Ian Gardner. Hey, boo.
What's going on?
Now, moving along.
I need a man.
That's right. No way that made for a better experience.
To make me feel pretty and lick on my butt. Get on these nuts and suck on my titties. Stop.
You finished?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Chantel said she was 12 years old when Jackie told her she hated her during one of their arguments. Said that she's always, even as a young person, been very vocal and outspoken, even as a kid. So what we saw on the show wasn't actually performative. This is how Chantel always has been, just without the cussing. Said what happened on the show was just the worst it's ever been between her and her mom, but that they've always kind of had explosive disagreements, etc. Throughout her life growing up. What do you think about Chantel being told by her mother that she hates her at 12 years old? Because, I want to add this part. Carlos King had chimed in and said that he can relate to Chantel on that level because when he was around the same age, his father told him to stop acting like a girl. And that was his most distinct scar as a kid when it came to his father, because he interpreted and internalized that to mean that my father does not like me. And that shaped the way he related to his father, and it shaped the way that he related to his self. And I do know, because we're not talking about other communities. I don't want to talk about other communities. I wasn't raised in no other community. I wasn't raised in a white community. I wasn't raised in a white household. I wasn't raised in an Asian. So I don't give a damn about what happened in other communities. I'm talking about what the hell be happening
Context
amongst
to
our
this
people.
conversation.
Yeah,
right.
This is a Black and Brown ass exclusive. I do know that in our community, the Black and Brown ass community, that there is a habit of speaking very raw, very harshly to young people, via anger, frustration, impatience, or over disciplining, and confusing discipline with abuse. I think that there's a big problem with that, conflating discipline with abuse. And I remember in my own upbringing, there was for a period of time, especially as a teenager, that I felt like my mother loved me, but my mother did not like me. And I was a mother's boy. So that really hurt me. I could remember times growing up as a sophomore, as a freshman, and my mom, who was a very stressed out mother. My father was completely, I had a stepdad. My stepdad was in my life before I was in the world. I'm the oldest of two. And my mom and my stepdad had already been dating and in a relationship for years before I came about. I was actually conceived. I was an infidelity baby. My mom cheated on my stepdad with my biological father because my stepdad was a chronic cheater. So she called herself getting her lit back and got her lit back with my dad. And that's how I came to be. My stepdad is my younger brother's biological father. But my stepfather at that time in our life, he was a drug addict. He was an alcoholic. He was for the streets. He was community peen. And there would be domestic disputes between him and my mother. I have distinct memories of being 7 and 8 and hearing rumbling in my parents' bedroom and, rushing to see what was happening and witnessing my stepfather pinning my mother to the mattress with his foot on her face and her screaming and grabbing his ankle and her telling me, Davi, like, go call 911, go call 911, go call 911, Davi, and me just rushing like out of the house and just like banging on my neighbors' doors, telling them that my mom needed help and she needed 911. And we went through like a lot with my stepdad because he was just like a whole hot mess. And so my mother, she was putting up with all of that, and she was attempting to make it work, and she was doing this all the way until we were now teenage, young men. And I remember asking her one day, I said, why have you stayed in this marriage? Because it's clear to me that you're not happy. And she said, it was because she always wanted me and my brother to have a dad. She always wanted us to have a father. And that's interesting to me because a lot of women were taught that in my mama's, heyday, that a piece of a man is better than no man. And that ended up being a really dangerous ideology because it never brought in what was really necessary. It's not just having a man, but having a good man, Savannah.
Okay.
Because
Ain't nothing like
having a bad man is as bad as having no man at all. Matter of
okay, at this
fact,
point.
having a bad man actually can be more dangerous than having no man at all. But because this was kind of a societal communal trope, you know, my mama, she leaned into that. She thought that just because he was a man, that would somehow translate positively on us, regardless of him being a man in breakdown, being a man who was not well, being a man who was not ready, being an uncommitted man, being a drug addict, you know, and all these things became our experience. And because my mother had put up with this for so long and she never had the luxury of having an actual husband, she just really had 3 sons in all actuality. My mother was very frustrated throughout her marriage, which made her a very frustrated, impatient parent. And I remember she would get so frustrated just with everything going on, and some of that would be projected on to me and my brother that I could hear. I would sometimes hear her on the phone with my grandma saying that she basically regrets having kids, that she wish, you know, if she could do it over again, you know, she wouldn't have done it. Now that I'm older, though, I'm able to look back in retrospect and just forgive a lot of that stuff that I heard as a young person, a lot of the stuff that just confused me in terms of like, okay, how does she, you know, like, how does she feel, really? I mean, does she love us? Does she regret us? You know, like all of that mixed messaging. And then already having parents who were dysfunctional in their actual relationship at home, it just added a lot of crazy shit to an already crazy situation. And I just remember just how it felt to hear those things. So I too could relate to Carlos and relate to Chantel when you know, as they talk about things that were told to them by their parents, unloving things that were said to them. Now as an adult, though, you know, I have one of the things that led me to really forgiving both my parents, including my half-ass biological father, my dysfunctional stepdad, and my mad-ass mama, is humanizing them all is what allowed me personally to heal. Because when you just deal in the title of these are my parents, and you isolate your parents to just that, it can make it hard to move on because you're holding them to an idea. You're holding them to a very strong expectation that unfortunately not a lot of parents live up to because they come into parenting broken and unhealed and traumatized and ignorant and immature, etc. And it's not until you realize that your mom is just somebody else's little girl, your dad is just somebody else's little boy, that these people are just people, and they've had their own scarrings, they've had their own traumas and dramas, which doesn't act as an excuse for their behavior, but it helps you to understand and that understanding leads you to realizing, because I'm gonna tell you why humanizing your parents and having compassion for your fucked up parents is important for your healing. Because through compassion and understanding, that's what lifts the veil of internalizing everything they did. When you don't humanize them, you believe that all this shit is personal. You believe that everything they're doing is personally about you. When you strip them of that parental title and you realize that these are just people and they were subjected to a lot of ignorant stuff, a lot of bad teachings, a lot of bad socialization. They had a lot of bad experiences that they didn't have the resources and tools to heal from. You realize, oh my God, all that shit didn't have nothing to do with me. My parents were just told the hell up.
Yeah.
It wasn't about me. Yeah. I was just a casualty of war in their injuries, in their trauma. So compassion and understanding and humanization is a very, 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 very important utility when it comes to healing. Because when you really heal and you really understand that your parents are people, and if you have the luxury of knowing a little bit about their lived experience and the time that they were raised and how their lives kind of came about, and you start putting all that stuff together, then you're able to really understand that, yeah, you know, this wasn't about my mom really not loving me or my dad not really loving me. It was really about the fact that your parents were just a byproduct of their own lived circumstances. Anything you want to add to that?
Yes. Everything you said hit the nail on the head. I can speak to my own personal situation with my father. Um, there was one experience that happened that I shared in my docu-series on my channel called Wonderfully Made, where I was a late bloomer to a lot of things in life. A lot of my uh, fellow classmates, males, were a lot farther than I was. So they were speaking about a lot of sexual things that I didn't understand. And they started speaking about, of course, self-pleasure. Y'all know the words that they use to say that. And I remember at the time we had just got something called Web TV, which is like this web browser thing, like the beginning before it started. You know, back in the day with dial up and shit like that, they had like this elevator music that would play when you go on these sites. And I decided to type that in one day, and the first thing that popped up was a gay website. And I clicked on it, and there was, of course, what it gives. My father walks into the room as that's happening. And that was the first time ever in my life where I was truly terrified of my father. 'Cause my father saw that, and just the look of like despair and like anger as well in his eyes. He grabbed me, pinned me up against the wall, and he said, "I'm not about to raise no fucking the F word." And I never heard him speak like that before. But that was a core memory that took years to unlearn. But to your point, when I ended up loving myself more and more, and me and my father started to have real conversations, you have to humanize them. And I had to accept and realize too that as I'm going through my journey of discovering myself or my own viewpoint, my own lens without it being interpreted by somebody else, organized religion, whatever the case may be, the black community just being me, my father's doing the same thing. He's still dealing with his fears and insecurities. At the time, he was a very staunch a Baptist deacon. So he was afraid of his son going to hell based on the teachings. He was afraid that because, you know, because your son's, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was going to be the butt of the joke. His masculinity card would be deducted some points or some shit. He would be the lower tier of credit or something in masculinity. Just a lot of things. But he had to work through that and realize that at the end of the day, you're still my child and I love you. And because I love you, I'm willing to understand things that I might be afraid to understand. And it got to a point to where now me and my father have conversations to where I know if I were to, or when I get married, if I get married, I know he would be there. But seeing all of this here, I'm kind of glad that my ass is queer, no shade, because when I do have children, I can have them with intention and purpose as opposed to just a night of pleasure that has gone, you know, unexpected. But I'm 34 years old and I'm still figuring the shit out about myself.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So it's like you have children who become grown children that are raising other children, but then feel some type of way when the children or the black sheep in the family comes through and starts breaking generational curses that starts fucking with everybody's frequency and vibration. And when you were talking about what needed to be done to help them out, I would just say this too. Iyanla Van Zant, Queen Mother, if you listening, look, for one time and one time only, baby, okay? I would eat her from the back, girl. Get up off the couch and please help them, because I feel like this could be something that would be able to help the black community. Somebody in the comments said that we need more conversations like this. Like this. Because again, it's when we're talking about the parental aspect, like you mentioned, it's more than just I put a roof over your head, I put clothes on your back, I put food in your stomach, I provide the physical, tangible things, but you're missing something that is more important than the tangible things. It is the mental and emotional aspect. And lastly, again, in my experiences, I'm not going to tell all my partners' business or the people that I've been with or talked to, but there have been people who have been put in foster care systems, all in pursuit for some dick. The niggas that they fucking on is abusing their damn kids, but not giving a damn because mama needs to get her shit ate on a little bit too. all this type of stuff. Like I've heard when you talk about the word hate, I've heard people in my experience say those words. One person called their mama the C word, and I was like, "You called your mama what? The C word?" If I would have uttered at all, two chops to the throat, two chops to the motherfucking throat. So yes, there need to be more conversations where Black people, regardless of your mother and title, need to tap into the humanity aspect of things. You got to be willing to heal first. You got to be willing to look at yourself in the mirror first. Because if you not, you going to fuck up the church's money and the generational wealth of your children. And we ain't just talking about tangibly either. We're talking about energetically. That continues to perpetuate this cycle that we always keep talking about, but somehow can't seem to find our way out of it. And other motherfuckers, all they doing is now capitalizing, because at the end of the day, the people who are really profiting from this situation, I think if I'm not mistaken, is Viacom, last I remember. All this is good for them. Someone else said about Carlos King, saying that Carlos King, they felt like Carlos King was, trying to manipulate the situation or did not care and wanted just the views. That can be looked in that way, but again, those type of conversations open up for the greater conversations like the one that we're having tonight. So, yes.
Absolutely. I also want to go a little bit deeper with this too. The reason why you want to be very careful with the way you express your anger and frustration to your children, whether male or female, and why you want to be very mindful of the words and language that you choose, is because once you violate a young person's sense of safety emotionally and mentally, there's going to then develop a conscious and an unconscious narratives. If I now have come to the belief that my own father or mother don't like me, guess what? I also cannot believe now that anybody else is capable of loving and liking me. And then we wonder why adults have so many trust issues in relationships that they think actually come from ex-boyfriends and girlfriends. No, baby, it actually goes all the way back to your confusion around if you really even believe that your parents liked you, or if your parents loved you, and you carry that and reflect that as you move forward in your life in all these other areas of socialness, whether that be romantically or whether that be platonically. And I've listened to so many wounded people who have struggled to behave well in relationships, who have struggled to behave well in friendships, who have struggled to behave well in marriages, say that they struggle to believe that their partner really cared for them because their father never did, or because their mother never did. So it makes it harder to even believe in the love and likeness, the genuine love and likeness of other people, if the people who are responsible for you have abandoned you physically, have abandoned you mentally, have abandoned you emotionally. So the other caveat to that, though, is that if you have been a parent and you've made those type of mistakes where you have said things that you regret, you said things that you realize were inappropriate due to you being angry or frustrated, the beautiful thing about the love of young people too is that young people have the ability to forgive and get past anything. But the thing about it is, parents got to be humbled enough to bow down. They got to be humbled and vulnerable and sincere enough to self-correct and bring that correction to the young person. This parental narcissism or parental arrogance, even when a father or a mother know that they're wrong, but they refuse to really acknowledge that. Instead, they will love bomb you. Instead, they'll get you a new Nintendo game. They'll let you have that cell phone. They'll buy you something, or they'll just sweeten up. None of that is accountability. Sweeten it up after you done fucked up is not accountability. Gifting your child, adult or minor, after you done been messed up is not accountability. True accountability is acknowledging that you fucked up, that you wrong, reaffirming your child, and then committing to that affirmation going forward, and finding other ways and appropriate ways to express your grievances or your disappointment, etc., without ripping your child's heart out of their chest, because some young people will not recover from that.
Correct.
And then if you don't humble yourself and go in back to correct that and do surgery on that, you potentially set that young person on a very dark path with themselves, and a very dark path in their lives socially. But this can be healed up. Now, once a scarred adult child reaches adulthood, all the parent can do is come in, take responsibility, be sincere in the taking of that responsibility, and then allow everything they're going to do from that point forward be a reflection of their true intent toward that child. But that child also, who is now an adult, must understand that their soul salvation is now their own, which is where Chantel comes into play at, right? Because we've had this conversation about Chantel, and where does her responsibility come into play at? Her responsibility and burden is to leave Jackie out of her healing. She gonna have to leave her mama out of her healing and come to a point where she understands that her personal healing and her mama are not synonymous.
Come on, yeah.
And that she can do this without her mother's closure, without her mother's apology, without her mother's acknowledgement, because forgiveness is not for anybody else. Forgiveness is for you. It's your freedom. It's your personal universal master key to the shackles on your ankles, and the shackles that are on your mind, and the shackles that are on your eyesight. So I also just want to remind parents that if you have been the parent that have made some mistakes, and your children are now adults or young adults, and they are holding on to that pain, you also too have to forgive yourself for what you didn't have the tools to do when you did what you did. And you too have to not allow yourself, as the parent who made some mistakes, to have your sense of self and confidence tethered into whether your children will forgive you or not. So I just want both sides to understand. If you've been the broken parent who's now doing some introspection and some self-correcting, and you're going back into the vaults, and you're realizing, you know what, I might have dropped the ball here, and here. You know, all I can do is acknowledge that to my children, affirm to them that I love them, tell them who I was, be honest with them about where I was at that time in my life, encourage them to not make an identity out of where I dropped the ball at, encourage them to not carve out a sense of self shaped in the pain and the dysfunction that I brought into their lives, and then attempt to also be as much of a demonstration of where I am now as much as I can. And then you have to forgive yourself, even if they never forgive you. And children have to do the very same thing. Yep. You have to forgive yourself for believing in what your parents did to you, making what they did to you about you, and free yourself from that, and understand that the child doesn't need the parent, the adult child doesn't need the parent to heal, and the parent doesn't need the adult child in order to heal. Both can forgive themselves in the situation without one another. Now, I want to talk about the sweet middle here.
Mhm.
While I don't need you to have your shit together to forgive you, I will need you to have your shit together to be in relationship to you. Now, if we're going to
Well,
remain estranged and you going to stay on your side and I'm going to stay on my side, you can stay crazy. And you can stay upside down as hell.
mhm.
I don't need you in my personal. I can heal it without your participation. But if we're gonna be in a relationship, oh yeah, baby, that's gonna have to come with change because we're gonna have to be on the same page to make that work. It's a relationship, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
I can't be ordered and you be out of order, and we supposed to be able to be well together. So if there's going to be a relationship that is engaged upon and indulged upon, then yes, both people have to be on the same page. Both people have to have the qualities that will make that relationship mutually beneficial and fulfilling for one another. But if there's not going to be in a relationship, you don't have to burden yourself with needing the other person to change. At that point, only you changing is what matters.
Yeah.
You changing from that in pain version of yourself to your higher and well self. I think I'm complete on that point. Anything you want to add to that before
Just lastly, that's the most important thing. Like you said, the bittersweet part is learning to let go of the situation. I remember one time you said something along the lines of, "You're." Please correct me if I mess up. I know you're about to be like, "Yes, bitch, you are." You're not responsible. How can I say this? You may not be responsible for the mess that somebody left in your life, but you are responsible in the cleanup of that shit, though.
Mm-hmm.
You got to clean it up. You got to do the work. Yeah, it sucks and it hurts. Again, it's not justifying what someone did to you, but it's you, again, letting go energetically. Because what happens is that type of shit can become an actual disease in your body. As the saying goes, your dis-ease can become a disease. So there's a lot of people walking around right now who are sick because they're holding on to grudges and resentment and regret and all this other type of stuff that's literally poisoning their bodies. But when you let that stuff go and you work through the situation, that's when you discover your power. Because again, you're waiting for someone else outside of you to give you that when all the power was in you the entire time. It's just that we were not taught, especially in the Black community, how to be able to tap into that power. We just been told that Jesus is the only one that can do it. When Christ said, excuse me, y'all gonna do far greater works than me. So hey, but it's these type of conversations that brings forth that understanding, and you're gonna have to go through the pain. I think CTV also said a long time ago that, spiritual healing is kind of like going under the knife without any sort of anesthetic. And there's nothing there to numb the pain, to knock your ass out, baby. You're going to have to feel every bit of this. Just like how some of y'all like to feel every bit of it, feel every bit of it. But when you get to the other side, though, that's when it's worthwhile. That's when your children, if before you have them, or if you have them, you're able to help continue to expedite the breaking of generational curses. Because now you're tapping into it. So yeah, there's a lot of things in the Black community that we need to learn, and the respectability politics, girl, is going to have to go both ways. Didn't Whitney tell y'all that I believe the children are our future? Teach them well, and what? Let them lead the way. The same people who be sitting here talking shit about children is the same ones, girl, who be asking them to help them with their damn iPhone, help them how to go on Gmail and shit. And no shade for the people who want to subscribe to that lower vibrational thing. It's your life. Do what you want to do. But also remember, it would be wise to be nice to your children, because for some of these individuals, they're going to choose which home your ass go into. It can be Shady Pines, or it could be something else. There's accountability across the board. Fuck a title.
We got you're absolutely correct. Matthew is asking me about the social worker, and then Kalisica says, I feel like I'm on the Yana Fix My Life. I swear you did a show. Look, maybe me and Bubs need to shoot some pilots.
But no shade.
And film some pilots, baby, and pitch a show idea. He could be my co-pilot, baby. It could be a Batman and Robin. Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be.
I mean, anything is possible. That would be dope. But again, before we go forward, like the person that I am today is because of CTV. Like he played a very implementive part in my growth. He has. So of course, what everybody's saying about you, all that is just affirmation of what is already evident. I mean, didn't you just say, girl, no shade? I ain't trying to start no shit, girl, but it had me kicking last night. You said, bitch, no shade at the end of the day, girl. All these hoes need me, girl. I'm the infinity stone. Bitch, no shade. And everybody agree. It ain't nobody like, fuck you. It's like, nah, he right. Girl, he right. You know what I'm saying? But the purpose is to unlock the infinity stone within you. Yep. It's just that CTV is in CTV's flow because what's for him can't nobody take away. So instead of hoes being jealous of why God giving you this and they giving me this, you need to be asking, bitch, how'd you do it? How'd you do it? So again, yes, I do believe that, you know, we gonna see CTV on things except other than just YouTube. No shade. Oh, no shade. Sure. And I can't wait for it. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be epic. All that.
Same thing for you, honey. Straight to the top from here.
Okay, a top going to the top. Amen. Standing on the top.
A top for the top. Yes.
I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. The white one.
Back to the interview.
Yes, sorry. Now,
Carlos King went into how a parent not liking their child. Okay, I've been into that. At the 11-minute mark, Chantel speaks on how her and Takari got the same mother. Okay, so Carlos King had asked her something regarding her sister Takari, her older sister. This is the one who was of another relationship. Mm-hmm. Same mama, different daddies. Ironically, daddy named Tyrone. Jackie don't seem to be calling him that much these days. She said that while she didn't want to speak on her and Takari's, she didn't want to speak for Takari, but she spoke to some of Takari's plight. And I've had an issue as well with the way that Takari has been particularly caping for her mama this season as it's been playing out. You know, she's kind of like been a little bit on Chantel's head top, which is wild to me. But Chantel basically said that while Jackie did set it up to make it look like Chantel was getting a better experience out of Jackie than Takari was, that the truth is they both had the same mother. And that her and Takari were left with the same thing to be desired, which is neither one of them had their mother emotionally. That's hard for Takari to really accept because from her, she was never raised by Jackie. She never had the luxury of it even performatively looking like a nuclear household. You know, she spent most of her time with her grandmother, who at that time was not living in the household. And, you know, her mom was on the road and being for the streets and chasing down Doug and every damn thing else. And so when she looks at Chantel, it looks like, well, you were given the golden road. You're not a victim. I'm the victim. I don't like how Takari is playing the struggle Olympics. I don't like how she's also failed for the smoke and mirrors that Jackie created. Because to Chantel's point, baby, we both were raised by our grandmother. So how much of mama did I get more than you when grandmama raised us both? And just because mama didn't have me on a treadmill at 5 years old and have me drinking apple cider vinegar elixirs in order to get my fupa down and were weight shaming me and were complexion shaming me, didn't mean that she wasn't equally scarring me. She scarred us both and she abandoned us both and she left us both behind. She just did that differently, but it was the same in principle. And I want Takari to put a little bit more respect on Chantel, because the reality is Takari chronicled in her book that she couldn't even stand up for herself because she's 70% deaf and she can only hear slightly out of one ear, and she has a speech impediment, and all these things which really impacted her ability to advocate for herself. So as far as I'm concerned, Chantel is the only person that has. Chantel was willing to talk to y'all mom's op and to speak about the type of mother that Jackie has been. And Takari knows, just like Chantel does, exactly what type of mother they have. So I feel like, if anything, Takari should really just be praying for her sister instead of trying to taunt Chantel, because you were just in the same position, baby, when you were writing the whole tell-all, talking about Chantel don't know our mama. She is not protecting her. Protecting her, girl. Y'all mama didn't protect y'all. It's not Chantel's job to protect Jackie.
Lord.
Protect her. Were you protecting her when you were writing the whole tell-all and telling all y'all damn business? No. Like, what are you talking about, Takari? Like, and I don't know whether Jackie done threw Chantel some scraps, because when you throw a deprived person some scraps and you give them a little bit to shut them up, sometimes they actually do shut up. And Takari done, unfortunately, shut up. And she done took whatever little bit of attention that Jackie has given her, and now she's kind of feeling herself. And she's kind of like, it's kind of giving Stockholm syndrome, where all of a sudden now, girl, mama does a pinch of the work, throws you a few love bombs, and now you team her, and now I'm the big bad villain, and I'm the damn crazy one, when this the same mama who watched you and your children go through a house fire that resulted in Jackie's grandson, Takari's son, being burnt, that resulted in a GoFundMe that Evelyn had to donate to. Where was your mama? Yeah. Where was your golden mama? Yeah. When you had to go to the public to beg of them for financial support and you got two wealthy parents? Where was your golden mama? Where was your mama when she was on the road running behind Doug and putting his feet up in the air instead of being at home and rocking you to sleep? Where was your mama? I know you know. I know all of a sudden now, girl, you ain't lost your damn mind because mama done FaceTime you a few times or done threw you, $50 and some single Newports. And now all of a sudden, girl, you got mama of the year and I'm the one who need to girl. Takari need to realize, girl, some things are better left unsaid. And when you know what's going on and you know what the tea is, even if you in a better place with the person that's arguing with another person, once again, two things can be true at the same time. Me and mama working on our relationship, and clearly Chantel and mama got their own shit they still working through. I ain't gonna judge Chantel the way that I would not have wanted her ass to judge me when I needed all that smoke, when I needed to tell my story, when I was sad, when I was angry, when I felt abandoned, when I was humiliated. I know exactly what Chantel is going through, and I may not approve of the way that Chantel is handling everything, but you know what? That's my sister. I can save that for a private Discord. I don't have to get out here on social media and then get out here on social media in the spirit of taunting, in the spirit of mockery. That was very misaligning on Chantel's part, because her sister, on Takari's part, because Chantel has been the only person that has even advocated for Takari and affirmed her story, affirmed her upbringing. But Takari is stuck in such a extreme victimhood that she really believes that she's the only victim out of the siblings. She really believes that the other siblings don't have any room to complain, that it's not possible that they can be hurt because they simply got more out of Doug and Jackie than she did. And that is really unfair. That's really unfair. Imagine, that's just really unfair. Anything that you want to say to that before I move on to the next point?
It just reminds me again of a situation with one of my exes where the situation with their parents and them growing up with their mother, how their sister would try to be the mom's special pet in a sense, but y'all both getting fucked up, and the only person that's standing up for the sister is her brother. So it's just very interesting that this is happening here. Because to your point, like, we was both raised by our grandmother, and then on top of that, baby, I was the only one sticking up. You couldn't. You were afraid to. So you would think that you would champion or stand behind somebody and champion them because they're advocating for themselves and also for you. But you know, it's just sad. It's just sad. Just sad. Mm.
So the interview, she went on to say that she never opened up to Doug about her experience of Jackie until like recently as an adult. But growing up, she never did. And once again, this is another instance of Doug dropping the ball, and Chantel doesn't even realize it because he never created the space that made her feel that was something she could do, is talk to him about his wife, talk to him about her mother. These are all the things that are the responsibility of parents to do. Children shouldn't have to figure out none of this. Everything, all the resources should be in plain sight. Children shouldn't have to be confused. They shouldn't have to not know if I have a safe place, if I can be vulnerable. They shouldn't have to even think twice about these things. All of these emotional, mental, physical resources are the burden of the parent. Mm-hmm. And if a little girl who grew up to be a teen girl, who grew up eventually to be a woman, never knew until she was in her late 20s, early 30s, that she could actually talk to her father about her experience of her mother, that is a reflection of Doug. And of course he didn't, because right, he was too busy on the road, quote unquote, making money, playing ball. These are things that brought more injury to the circumstance. And I just want Chantel to like, because once again, the reason why she don't think Doug has contributed in a negative way to the things is because he's just been a better person than Jackie. But that's not what the issue is. The real issue is, was he the father you needed him to be? Because if you didn't even talk to your dad about Jackie until you were a grown-ass woman, baby, that's not a reflection of you. That's a reflection of him. That's a reflection of him. And I know a lot of people are asking, like, is Chantel telling the truth? Look, I don't have a reason to believe that Chantel is lying. I mean, we've watched Jackie be a complete maniac since she's been on TV. And God forbid that, unfortunately, her daughter's stories and testimonies sound no different than every woman on Basketball Wives since it's been a television show who have had the same experience. Jackie, the reason why we only have to question Chantel's credibility is because we have had Jackie in our living rooms for over a decade. We know who the hell Jackie is. She's messy. There's something wrong with Jackie ass. She is male identified and obsessed with her husband. She has been petty. She has been maligning. She has been slanderous. She's been an agent of chaos on the show. She has played both sides. She's been manipulative. She's been degrading. Hell, she didn't even support Brooke when Brooke lost her daughter. Never called Brooke once. Because Jackie only cares about Jackie. The way she didn't stand up for Tammy when it came to Evelyn. The way that she was pillow talking with Gloria and Laura and Malaysia them and playing both sides against each other. I would never remember that first season of Basketball Wives, baby, where they finally all sat in a room together and found out that Jackie was the one who was pulling all the puppet strings, baby, and they confronted her ass out there on that beach, baby, and Jackie ass was running just like she running from accountability from Chantel. Running. This is who Jackie has been. Remember when Jackie had got claustrophobic in that custom-made dress that old girl had made for her? And because she couldn't breathe and her lungs were collapsing, that bitch went running through the whole event, bitch, rolling around, falling down the damn stairs, about to fight this damn girl because this tight-ass damn dress was squeezing her damn eyeballs out of the socket, girl, and they almost caught the damn SWAT team on her ass, baby. I mean, Jackie has really acted a goddamn fool on TV. Remember when she lied to Malaysia about dragging Malaysia as a mother behind Malaysia's back, and then instead of her just owning up to her, girl, she picking up chairs about to dump them on top of Malaysia's head at the goddamn state ring and shit. Like, Jackie is crazy. Jackie is a mess. And could you imagine what you have seen on reality TV literally being your experience of childhood? Could you imagine Jackie as a mother? Because according to Takari and Chantel, baby, there ain't no damn contrast between the woman y'all been putting up with, the woman who can't get along with other women, the woman who can't keep a damn friend, the woman who becomes everybody's foe, ain't no different from the woman we had as a mama. So I don't have a reason to doubt Chantel's credibility in anything. She's saying these things out loud. Her sister has already backed those things up in her own tell-all, and we've seen Jackie's behavior mirrored this way through all of her relationships to the other women on the show. So why we acting like these things ain't true? I don't, baby, if there's anybody who I'm not gonna believe, I'm not believing Jackie ass. I ain't got no reason to not believe Chantel when her story is being corroborated by her sister tell-all and being corroborated by my eyeballs. Because I'm watching Jackie play out loud, live, and in color. Let's go a little bit deeper with that. People in the Black community right now are, hold on, but we're going to get it naturally. We're going to get it naturally.
I just want to say this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that your ass set up here and everything you said, of course, yes, but you said claustrophobic in a dress. Bitch, I'm going to have to remember that. Oh, my God.
Huh? What happened?
You said claustrophobic in a dress.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to remember that, baby. That was a hell of a unique read. I'm going to have to remember that. Oh, my God. That shit go crazy. That go crazy.
And was.
Lord.
Chantel spoke about how her mom is 1 out of 9 children, and that her grandma Cora seemingly has been more involved with Jackie because her grandma probably recognized that Jackie was somewhat of the problem child, and therefore Jackie needed her mama the most. But she said she doesn't know because, you know, she didn't get to have these conversations with her grandma about why she kind of paid extra attention to Jackie when Jackie, you know, has a lot of siblings. Chantel spoke about how her biological mother is Jackie, but basically her spiritual mother is her grandma. And that when her grandma passed, she was thrusted into dealing with her mother head on. Now that her surrogate mother, aka her grandma, was no longer in the picture. She also mentioned how, despite how well her grandmama's intentions were in helping Jackie to raise her and her siblings, that her grandmother may have inadvertently enabled Jackie because Jackie never had to be a mother as long as her grandma was doing that for Jackie. And I'm going to add that Doug never had to be a daddy because the grandmama was also standing in the gap as a father. Says prior to filming, now this is where she gonna get thick here. She said that she moved out at 18 and got a job at Walmart because she didn't want to live off Jackie and she didn't want to be dependent upon her mother. So she hit the ground running at 18. She moved out. She worked as a cashier at Walmart and she being a self-made bitch since. So this narrative that she's some spoiled person when she's been standing on her own since she's been a little girl, when she moved out of her parents' home at 18, when she took a low-wage job just to establish herself, and she's been supporting herself ever since. It's just not true. That she's just some spoiled, entitled brat who was raised with a silver spoon in her mouth and she went and got it from the mud up on her own as soon as she turned the legal age of 18. Now, this is where she get off the chain at. She said that prior to filming, they weren't in a bad place, her and her mom, but that they weren't besties either. Mind you, Jackie has not even met the husband yet. She hasn't even met Chantel's husband yet. And matter of fact, I don't even think Jackie has even met all of Takari's kids in person yet, which is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. Says that prior to filming, they weren't in a bad place, but that they weren't besties either. Said that they weren't even living in the same state for 5 years, that she had moved out of the state when her daughter was 2. Her daughter is now 8. Said that they've had a long distance relationship for the past 5 years. So she was saying that in response to people saying, you know, like, why come on the show acting the way you acted? You and your mom were good. You and your mom were okay. You and your mom were in a great place. Like, no, that's not true. Me and my mom were practically, you know, estranged for the most part, you know, for the last few years prior to me coming on the show. We weren't walking around having tea and crumpets. We, you know, she wasn't breastfeeding my damn son every other week. Well, it wasn't giving none of that. She said that her intention for coming on the show was to explore if her and her mom could move forward. Said that it was, now this is, my jaw dropped when she said this. She said it was Jackie and the producers who begged her to come on. Said that she actually turned the damn show down a handful of times before she eventually acquiesced to them begging and begging and begging her to come on to the show. So this narrative that Chantel came on because she needed a check or to throw her mama under the bus really isn't true. She came on because she was begged to. There was a check involved, but more so she was begged to come on, and she came on simply not performing. And she allowed what it actually was to play out for what it actually was. So she just didn't pretend. So that's why all of her and her mama issues are pouring out, because, baby, we weren't in a good place prior to me coming on the show, girl. We wasn't hanging out. We wasn't spending no time together, girl. We talked every now and again. We don't even live in the same upstate. You ain't even met my goddamn husband. What are you talking about? You know, y'all kept begging and begging because you needed a storyline. You trying to secure your peach because Viacom is bringing in all these new hoes. And you don't know if whether you're going to be an OG or you're going to be an unemployment line bitch by next season. So you willing to do whatever need to be done in order to keep your peach, in order to keep your basketball, in order to keep your top spot. Because this is your biggest claim to fame is basketball wives. So, baby, I was like, oh, this is, see what happens when you listen to the horse and the horse speak? Because I was like, let the fans and the viewers tell it, girl, Chantel needed the check. No, ma'am, I didn't need nothing. I turned this shit down initially a handful of times. My mom and the producers kept begging me and begging me and begging me and begging me and begging me. And I came on the show to explore whether our relationship could improve, because it was not particularly good prior to me coming on to the show. She said that Doug was against her coming on to the show because he knew the dynamics between Chantel and Jackie and knew that they weren't and didn't have the most stable relationship. So he knew it would probably not turn out to be good for the both of them. Chantel says, if anything, she feels Jackie brought her into this show to play in her face, not the other way around, because why would you bring me into the show unless you don't mind what's really going on between us to actually be what plays out? Because you know that we ain't speaking. You know that we weren't particularly close prior to me coming into the show. You know that we had issues. So for you to have begged me to come on, and then I choose to be honest and let what's actually going on play out in front of the cameras, and then you allow the narrative to be reversed, that I'm coming on this bitch doing you wrong, is wild. Why don't you tell these people that you and these damn producers begged me and kept revving up the check to get me to come on, really to save your ass? Tell them the truth. Said that she says that she says that because despite the common narrative is that she came on the show on 10 to crash out on Jackie, and Jackie is the one who threw the relationship off course in all reality right out of the gate. Okay, so this was another jaw-dropping moment. I didn't know that Jackie was the one who begged Chantel to come onto the show, and the producers. You know, everybody made it seem like Chantel was the one who was thirsty. Chantel was the one going through a custody battle and she needed this and blah, 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 when that's not true according to Chantel. She was sitting just fine, sitting just well. Her daddy didn't want to do it, didn't want her to do it. She didn't want to do it initially, and they pressured her into doing it, and she finally decided to say yes. But she also said the reason why things didn't last longer than 2 episodes between her and her mama is because Jackie was the one that not only begged her to come onto the show, but disrespected her and threw her under the bus right out of the gate. Chantel said in the very first scene that they had together, where Jackie comes to meet or to spend some time with her 7-year-old grandson, that before they even started filming, Chantel had a specific conversation with production and with her mother about what she did not want to talk about and what was not going to make the show. One of the things that she did not want to make the show and she did not want known to the public and that she didn't want to deal with on a public level was the custody battle that she was in with the father of her daughter. Not her husband, but the father of her daughter. She says everybody agreed this was not going to be a storyline. They were going to respect them boundaries. Y'all know when it comes to reality shows, everybody have their do's and their don'ts. Everybody agrees to that. The show plays out. In the very first scene that they film, guess what Jackie does? Asks her about the custody battle between her and her baby daddy and how that's going. When that was completely supposed to be off the record, off the show. She said after the scene wrapped, she confronted Jackie and raised hell because she didn't know whether production was going to put this in the show. She didn't know what was going to be used. And when she confronted Jackie, Jackie did what all narcissists does. She deflected and said, oh, I just wanted to get it out of the way. This is literally classic Jackie. Get what out of the way, bitch? So this how I know that Jackie been the one using Chantel. And because she's so already out of touch, Bubs, as a mother, it's easy for her to be exploitive to begin with. It's easy for her to use her kids as a prop because she don't have no maternal ass connection and relationship to them to begin with. So she only see them as a lick. She only see them as an opportunity. And she was willing to use her broken relationship to her daughter as a basketball wife storyline while she's now playing the victim as that's actually playing out. This is literally so narcissistically manipulative. It really helped me to understand all of the gaslighting that Chantel has been responding to. And because, you know, we didn't have access to this information, of course, it doesn't really seem that way based upon the way they did edited the show together and the season together. But now that we're getting some background and we're getting some, you know, some insight into the context of this tension between her and her mama and why shit been going left, now I understand. Let me tell you what made me drop my jaw a third time around. Not only did Jackie throw Chantel under the bus and put her private business out there on national TV without her consent, and despite agreeing to not do that, she threw her daughter under the bus again when Jackie tried to get Brandy, another castmate, to bring a rumor to the girls about her daughter Chantel, that Chantel was really a closeted lesbian.
Oh, Lord.
And Jackie was trying to pump and prime Brandy to bring that in front of the cameras and to bring that to the show. Why in the hell would you be encouraging women on a messy ass gossiping show on a reality show that's on mainstream television to spin and bring and insert lies and slander against your own daughter, and then you wondering why Chantel is telling you to get your fucking hands off of her. You wonder why Chantel is chasing your ass through the goddamn hotel saying she violated your motherfucking ass. I mean, this is literally disgusting, but because it's Jackie we're talking about, and Jackie has done disgusting, betraying, underhanded things to most of the ladies on Basketball Wives, I can believe it. But it's still shocking because this is your daughter, girl. You would think that your bullshit stops somewhere, but I guess the only person that has any qualified immunity is Doug. Baby, everybody else is up to be a pawn on that little chess board that Jackie done created. The only person that has any type of qualified immunity from Jackie shenanigans is Doug, her own daughters. She's playing my games with. Now, let me say this, because I was having a conversation with Rumors and Tea prior to coming on to the show. I mean, prior to us going live. And, she's holding Chantel accountable for her healing, while also holding Jackie accountable for originally creating the issues that her daughters have. And she was saying, like, we got into a conversation where it's like a lot of the Black community, right? Because if you look at a lot of the comment sections, a lot of people have been focusing on, like, Chantel being disrespectful. She being disrespectful. She being disrespectful. How could she talk to her mama that way? How could she push her mama away? How could you don't do that in the Black community? And then Chantel and Carlos said in the interview, they confronted this bullshit, this whole trope of do as I say, not as I do. This is where the Black community have really lost their motherfucking mind. The fact that we specialize more in what a person says than what a person does is upside down and out of order, because what you do is literally the demonstration. What you do is the demonstration. That's exactly why so many Black households and so much Black youth is out of control right now, because parents didn't feel they had to demonstrate the orders they gave to everybody else. And so while we talking about the way Chantel spoke to her mother, how could she call her mother a bitch? The hell with that. Jackie taught her how to be a bitch. Fuck calling her a bitch. Jackie taught her how to be a bitch. Everything that Chantel is, I'm going to fight for the truth. I'm going to be domineering. She learned it through the demonstration of her mother. And there is nothing that can be said about Chantel that is not true for Jackie. Chantel is mirroring Jackie back to Jackie on an unconscious level. Her mama demonstrated that you compete. Her mama demonstrated that you fight to be right. Her mama demonstrated that you care more about someone else affirming your experience than you are about being clear about your personal truth. Everything that Chantel is erupting and emoting is the demonstration that her out of control mother has displayed before her. This do as I say shit has not worked yet. The reverse Uno keeps happening. They keep doing what you do instead of doing what you tell them to do. Don't preach a doctrine to me you can't live. Don't do one thing with your body and do another thing with your mouth. You are the demonstration. You are the head. So while Chantel is open to some reasonable critique, we not gonna act though like the tail not stink because the head of the fish is rotten. I don't give a damn whether she's 83 years old. Trauma don't give a damn how old you are. Undealt with healing don't give a damn how old you are. You will be 32 acting 16 because you are unhealed. That's why Jackie ass is 60 acting a goddamn fool on national television. So age ain't clearly nothing but a damn number.
Going down ain't nothing but a thing.
And if you don't like your children, you need to look in the mirror and ask you, do you like you? Because you who they learned all this from in one way or another. What you either did or you didn't do. What you either did demonstrate or did not demonstrate. It's too much parental narcissism in the Black community.
Yep.
Where all this onus gets to be put on young people. All this onus gets to be put on the end result, which are children, instead of the source and the head,
And
which
then
are the
tell them,
parents, which are the parents and the elders. And I'm of a personal belief and philosophy, the heavy is the head that wears the crown. Boo, you want to be the queen? Bitch, you gonna earn it. You want to be the king? You gonna earn it. And you're gonna be held accountable for it. And you're gonna be tried by fire to be worthy of it. Don't you dare put that crown on your head and then think you can get your ass down here and be a peasant amongst the people. That's why I held Jackie first and foremost. I'm holding Chantel accountable too, but I'm holding Jackie accountable first and foremost, even for the escalation of that altercation in Jackie's hotel room. Because everybody's talking about what Chantel should have did. She should have not hit her mama. She should have not said this. She should have not said that. Yeah. How much more should Jackie have not said this and not said that? How many more options did Jackie have as the elder and as the woman, as the wife and the mother in the situation? Jackie could have went into her room and waited till Chantel ass had been escorted out if she needed to de-escalate to keep from going upside her motherfucking head. How much of an option did Jackie have to walk her ass out of that hotel instead of trying to grab and push Chantel ass toward the front door? If Jackie was a dignified woman who had any type of righteous pride about herself, she would have never chose to verbally gaslight her daughter, threw her daughter under the bus in multiple scenes, pushing other women to spread narratives about her youngest daughter, and then witness her and her daughter in breakdown, see Chantel walking away and continue to verbally escalate the situation, and then turn herself into the victim and get her ass up and grab her daughter by the elbow in an attempt to escort her while you know y'all are in breakdown. And then play the victim when Chantel slaps your motherfucking hand away from you. Bitch, I would have slapped your motherfucking hand away from me too. You are not a mother. You are a carrier. Don't you get it fucked up?
well,
Jackie doesn't get to wear the glory of the title of mother. She is a carrier. Just like y'all reduce these incompetent ass fathers to sperm donors when they don't fulfill fatherhood. For these mothers who don't fulfill motherhood, you are a carrier. You are not a mother. And that's why Chantel was able to talk to Jackie like she was just another mother off the streets. Because that's exactly who Jackie is. She has no idea who Jackie is. Her mother has zero identity. Her mother never gave her heart to her. So as far as she's concerned, this is just another motherfucking woman off the streets. Jackie is responsible for the fact that her daughter does not know her. So what's left for Chantel is to create her own narrative about how her mother has acted toward her instead. That's all Jackie's own doing. And I do not hold Chantel accountable first because she's the adult child. Jackie is the mother. And Jackie demonstrated exactly why her daughters don't have anything to do with her ass to this day. And I really empathize with Chantel because most kids, there's probably not one kid, adult or not, who does not want a relationship to their parents. These are people you come from, for God's sake. These are people that these were your first gods or your parents. This was your first society, was your siblings and your parents. This is an impression that is deep within your psyche, within your lineage, within your life experience. Most people, because they want ideally to be in relationship to their parents, are going to hold out on hope to the very end. And that's ultimately what Chantel gave in to when she allowed them to beg her to be on the show. It's just maybe now that I done moved out of the state, maybe all this distance between us possibly could have done us some good. I'm a mother. I have a 7-month-old son. I would ideally want my mother to be in my children's lives. I would want my mother to be a part of what I've created and carved out for myself as a wife now, as a mother now too. Just maybe she is done with her bullshit and we can be. And the fact that she got played like a motherfucking fiddle, shame on you, Jackie. Shame on you, baby. Shame on you. And I hope that the next time that you put Doug's feet in the air, that he paints your motherfucking asshole.
Oh, Lord.
I hope that he paints that dildo. I hope that you put Doug's feet in the air on a good Sunday when he has had non-digested macaroni and spaghetti and collard greens and cornbread and corn on the cob and pinto beans and soda all in his lower intestines, baby, and that he paints your ass up like Picasso.
Baby.
The next time you have that, the next time you have his face down and his ass up in the air.
Girl, I don't even want to be gay no more based off of that shit you just said. I'm good.
That's all I got to say. You can sound off on the rest, boobs.
I mean, well, you pretty much hit every fucking nail on the head. It's just a sad situation. But yes, no shade. If you are a parent, and if we're going to play by the games of respectability politics, well, whenever the child gets in trouble, what happens? What do they say? Go what? Go get your mama. Go get your daddy. Go get them. So y'all are the leaders as far as authority is concerned. So you're going to be the one that's going to have to deal with all this shit. No shade. This is what's happening. And this is also what it looks like when I feel like parents don't know how to parent. And no shade, there is no perfect parental guide. But if you operate in love, especially giving it to yourself first, you cannot go wrong. I can again use the example of my parents. Now, I'm probably in the small percentile of people, especially in the queer community, who grew up with both their mothers and their father in the house, who are still together to this day. But they still had to go through their processes of learning how to love their children. Because here it is, she's trying to get the love of her father and probably the love of her mother that, unfortunately, at this time, it seems like that's not going to happen. But I was also afraid of losing the love of my parents because of organized religion and other factors. But it, again, took walking through the fear, the false evidence appearing real, seeing what's really there, and dealing with that to where you can get to the other side. So with this situation, it's sad where it is now, but it does not mean that it's the end. There can be a silver lining in this. It's just that both individuals have got to want it. And for Chantel, like CTV said earlier, don't sit here and wait on someone else to heal in order for you to heal and move on. Because you don't know when your day or hour will come where you're going to be snatched from this bitch. So you're going to have to spend as much time as you can, especially now that you are a parent. Learn to heal so that you don't end up doing to your children what your mother did to you. You can participate in breaking that curse. If Jackie don't want to do that, that's on her. Which is why she will continue to manifest the realities that she's manifesting until she gets her shit together. Because low key, I want her and Mama D to come out with a damn song. I deserve the remix or something. But I kind of am curious about some of the people in the chat. I think their name is, I'm trying to find it. I'm scrolling here. They still here? New Deal, New Me. What do you think about some of their thoughts, CTV? As far as, again, Chantel being the one who should be in the limelight, should be sitting in the damn chair to be interrogated. Like, how do you respond to some of the comments that they shared?
What do you mean?
They were kind of, in a sense, saying like, "Oh, CTV, I can't believe that you can't see that Chantel is lying." Oh my God! Like,
Well,
as far as critiquing that aspect,
that person is a trolling. There is no evidence that Chantel is lying. Once again, Takari and Chantel both are reporting on the same experience. I mean, I can't deal with like empty statements. I mean, the person doesn't know if Chantel is lying or not.
True.
So we can take Chantel at face value, and once again, don't have no reason to believe Chantel is a liar. I know that her mammy lies. I know that her mammy is manipulative and messy as fuck. I know that her mammy is halfway, that her mama is older than the goddamn Statue of Liberty and still acting like a goddamn plantation slave. I know that's what her mama is doing. I know that her mama is still fighting on reality goddamn TV at 60 goddamn years old. I know that's what her mama doing. The Black community is going to continue to go downhill and copy and paste dysfunctional devil-ass children as long as they continue to excuse the demonstration that these parents don't want to be held accountable to and for. Don't continue to be. Y'all want to continue to raise and unconsciously create these game bangers? Keep doing what you're doing and practicing what the hell you're practicing.
Hello?
You want to continue to raise and create these male-identified as females who out here searching for their daddy in all the wrong places and all the wrong ass men? Keep doing what you're doing and following what the hell you're following. You want to keep raising all these LGBT kids who end up as addicts and sex fiends and self-abusers? Keep doing what you're doing and raising them how you're raising them. I mean, the data supports the facts. The data supports the reality.
Correct.
That we done lost our goddamn mind. You want to continue to rely on the old world, you'll continue to see Black women be the leading carriers of HIV and AIDS. Keep on doing what you're doing and keep on practicing what you're practicing and keep on upholding the ideas that you're upholding. You want to continue seeing Black men live double lives? Go ahead, keep on. You want to continue to raise and create the emotional and environmental situations and circumstances that lead from a school to prison pipeline for Black youth? Keep doing what you're doing. Keep practicing what you're practicing. Because, baby, the data says that it ain't working for us. That's what the data says. The data says that it ain't working for black women. It ain't working for black men. So if at this point, even the data is not enough, then nothing ever will. And this group is going to be the group of people that are going to perish despite the knowledge. It ain't going to be a perishing because of a lack of knowledge. Going to perish regardless of the damn knowledge. Keep on. The data is dataing. This ain't rocket science, baby. We ain't talking about myths and mythologies. You want to continue to see high escalations in divorce? You want to continue to see black women not being able to fucking marry until they goddamn 40? Or data that says that most black women probably gonna be goddamn single and outlive their male spouses? Continue on. You want to continue to see black men expire before they even get to see their kids graduate high school? Keep on. You want to continue to see black women incubating themselves into abusive ass relationships and putting fake up on their bruises? Keep on. You want to see self-deletion escalate amongst black men? Keep on. Keep on. Keep on. You want to continue to see a community wrecked with father fractures and mommy fractures? Just keep on. Keep on. When y'all get tired, baby, I'll be here. I'll be here. It's a matter of when the community is going to be tired. When y'all tired of being tired, and you're tired of looking crazy, you're tired of raising crazy, you're tired of being married to crazy, you're tired of being single and crazy, you're tired of living next to crazy, I'll be here. I'll be here when y'all ready. I'll be here when y'all ready to do the work, and y'all ready to correct the right shit, and y'all ready to prioritize the right shit, and y'all ready to put onus where it needs to be instead of where you've been taught it should be. I'll be here ready to give up what you've been taught. Because like Christ said, baby, you hoes got me fucked up. I ain't come to bring peace, baby. I came to break all this shit up, ho. I came to stir all the pot up, baby. I came to fuck the whole game up, ho. Baby, I ain't came to bring nothing together but the truth. And that's what's going to rip y'all ass apart. It's the truth, baby, because everybody ain't ready to do what need to be done. Y'all just want to remix and flip the system in such a way that y'all are under the belief that, girl, if I just contour it like this, girl, and I just tuck this in, and I just roll this out, and I just waist train this right here, girl, that my form gonna come together eloquently. Okay, bitch, keep busting out of your shit like biscuits. Thinking that, girl, that waist trainer and that flat tummy tee and them corsets, girl, that's just gonna keep all that extra shit tucked in. When you get tired, baby, of tucking yourself in, when you get tired of hiding the ugly ass truth, I'll be here. I'll be here, baby. When y'all ready to come bare naked, I'll be here. I'm gonna be right here. And I'm the kind of bitch who also gonna be right here and tell you I told you so when you come dragging your raggedy ass through the door. And then we gonna work. I'll be ready. I'll be right here. Hey, Rumors and Tea.
Hey, Rumor.
Hey, Conscious. Hey, Bubs.
Right.
I came in right on time, huh?
Sure.
Right on time. You know what I like? Mm-hmm. And I'm getting right to it. I love the fact that being conscious can agree to disagree, and agree but have different. Like, I feel like conscious is he got his foot on Jackie's neck and I got my foot on Chantel's neck. You know what I'm saying? And we both agree that both of them played a part, but you know, conscious, and I really feel you in regards to the elders in our community, this whole myth of like this, well, it ain't a myth because it's been lived out, but this whole thing where just because you're my elder, I'm not allowed to voice and speak up for myself. If I'm not allowed to check you and correct you, is really absurd to me. I'm not allowed to return the energy that you serve to me. I'm not allowed to give that back to you. I hold Chantel accountable for her actions, but I hold Jackie accountable for hers too, and I hold Doug responsible. But it's just this thing, like the cycle of toxicity is never going to change if we don't correct the root of the problem. And the reality is the root of the problem does always and forever will start with the parent, no matter how old or young. It is, what's interesting to me is that, because I'm finding a lot of factors that people are willfully ignoring when it comes to a young mother. Let's take Krishan Rock. Everybody would badger her the hell down, right? But a Jackie Christie, because she old as hell, nobody wants to hold her accountable.
Great point.
I told you, Jackie, to me, Chantel is Jackie 2.0. And if she don't get it together, that is going to be like, I already see it. If she don't get it together, it's going to become her real life, lived everyday experience. Her children are going to have, specifically her daughter, is going to have the same experience. So my foot on her neck is for her to see, do better, so that she can break that curse.
Correct.
But that don't absolve Jackie. And more than anybody, I'm more pissed off at Doug than I am at Jack, because to me, Jackie is Jackie. That doesn't excuse her behavior, doesn't give her a pass. She acts, and she's always shown us in her performance, and even I believe she's like this, but worse behind the scenes in her personal day-to-day life. I believe that. But I don't believe she's ever tried to pretend to be anything other than she was on outside of the show. But even on the show, she can't even like she tries to, but it comes out. She's so much of a narcissist. Her narcissism bleeds out. So the way Chantel depicts her father as being the more rational and more, she didn't use these words, but I'm going to say the more, and out of the two, definitely the more emotional, intelligent, and the more nurturing and understanding, all of that. Well, he failed you big fucking time. And if there was a law that could be put into place for children that suffer emotional and not just physical abuse, but emotional abuse and abandonment, and Jackie could have been held accountable in the court of law, Doug would have been held accountable too. Because guess what? He was indirectly but directly a partaker. What the hell did he do to protect his children? Why the fuck did he leave that woman and take them kids out the house? Why he didn't shut Jackie down? Because she seemed not to listen to nobody but Doug. So why the fuck he didn't shut Jackie down? Why didn't he take it upon himself? I understand he's in the league, but those jobs are seasonal. I know they don't play basketball 24. How many months we got? 12 months, 24 7 days, 12 months in a year. He ain't like, he's not. I don't want to act like Portia. I've been watching Portia, y'all. I'm sorry. But the point is, he hasn't been preoccupied where he never had no time off. Do you get time off to go spend time with your family, be with your family? At the end of the day, even when he retired from sports, what did he do? He jumped his ass and went right back on the road to be a fucking coach. So you feel this is your way of getting away from your children too, in my opinion. I get that was his career. Once that career ended, I get he still got bills and want to make money. but he chose to be away. Why is he not being held accountable as well? So I just feel like they all need a foot up their ass. They all need to come to the table and get ready the fuck down and stop pointing the finger at each other at this point and look at themselves like, what the fuck am I doing to contribute to this toxicity? That's what I want Chantel to do. What am I contributing? Even if it's just you trying to have a relationship with your mother, that's the narrative. That's what you're saying. If it was just to go up there because your mother wanted you to and you was going up there to have a relationship with your mother, when you saw that very first episode, you said y'all had an agreement, you, her in production, and she brought up your situation with your child and the custody hearing, and that was a violation based upon a boundary you set. You should have vacated the fucking show. She wasn't going to show you she was no different than what the fuck she was. She showed you a repeat offender. You should have vacated. You failed yourself by continuing to try to force her to be who she's never going to be, and to even acknowledge that she's who you say she is. She wasn't going to give you that. So why torment yourself? But often her grace. Often, because I got grace for Jackie too. Because I feel like Jackie had to. I'm not making no excuses, but I know generational curses when I see them. This woman had to go through something. It could have been of her own making, her own doing. It didn't have to be nothing forced upon her. But she definitely got some trauma in her life that she could be that fucking tone deaf and be that cut off from the fact that your daughter is chasing you on camera, chasing you. Multiple times you walked away. If you walked away to keep from losing your cool and doing something that you have no business doing, I would accept that. But it was too many times that you were in a scene with her. You were in the same space with her. Why didn't you take the initiative to have the conversation off camera with your daughter so y'all can correct whatever needed to be corrected? So it didn't continue to bleed on. Like, everybody played a fucking role in this bullshit. Everybody played a role in it. Jackie, you're guilty as fuck. Chantel, you're guilty to me. And damn sure, Doug, you're guilty. And if I could be also frank about this thumbnail, I was feeling some kind of way with Carlos King. Now, Carlos King is not no like diehard, get to the nitty gritty reporter, you know, or interviewer, whatever he wants to be called. I know he's a producer, but he's not that. He does have a tendency of, like, I don't want to say kissing up, but he has a way of politicking when he's interviewing so that people won't feel, you know, like he's choosing sides, because, you know, he rubs elbows with these people. He's in that industry, right? But I felt like he played around with her in this interview. I don't think he asked the questions the way he should have asked the questions, and some of the questions he should have asked. So I felt low key like, I'm not a hater, right? But I did feel low key. I don't know if nobody else felt this way, but I felt like it was a little bit slightly exploitive. But he did say she reached out, her team, or somebody reached out to them or whatever. But I just felt like if he wasn't going to, okay, provide her space and let her speak her piece. But what was the real resolve? Like, what did he? Because she already came. She said she don't talk to him this and third. But where was? I don't know. Maybe I missed it. I didn't see the real resolve, and I felt like, okay, what was the purpose of this other than you trying to let her get her side out? But she's doing that on social media already. So, what was the point?
Well, we also, I mean, it was probably to that point because we learned in the intro of the interview that she reached out to Carlos. So
no, I said that. I said she reached out to him or whatever. But you know, people reach out to you all the time, Conscious, and you don't interview.
I mean, well, I don't expect anything else of Carlos. I mean, he's a content creator, so he's gonna take the interview. I really ain't got nothing really to say about him. But in terms of Chantel, you know, it was clear that she felt like she needed to say something because, according to her, she's also experiencing an avalanche of inappropriate behavior. She got people making death threats on her family, on her child. People who are talking about seeing her and whipping her ass and doing her worse than Jackie. And I just felt like she's trying to calm some of that by explaining what's been going on with her and Jackie and telling people that they're out of order and to draw the line somewhere in all of this while still feeling how you want to feel. But all of the threats and all of that shit, you know, out of order. But people be tied up into this parasocial shit with these public figures and celebrities like a motherfucker. Yeah,
I can only see the only reason why I think, to each his own. This should even be, other than you seeing it like, whoa, it shouldn't be taking that to that extreme. First of all, I'm never going to think it's cool for a bunch of strangers to be threatening another individual. Oh, like, it's weird, like people you don't know and they haven't caused no harm to you, nobody that you know person. Like, that's straight weird to me. And yeah, but I do feel like this is happening so often in our day-to-day life. We've all experienced it and know somebody that experienced it. We see it in others. It's like, when do we decide we're going to do better? You know, I remember hearing growing up people saying they were never going to raise their kids like they were raised and things of that nature, right? I think there needs to be a balance. I'm going to be quite honest. Get rid of all the fuck toxic shit that you was raised, traditions of how to raise your kids and how to, rule with an iron fist and all of that. I think there needs to be balance, to be quite honest. I don't think parents to their children, even when they're minors, all the way even to the adulthood, I don't think parents are transparent enough with their children, which is why children don't feel comfortable with being transparent with their parents. Neither one has humanized each other in a way to know, like, the same feelings you have, they have. May not have the same causes for those feelings, but they have the same feelings, the same, experiences you have. I've had different points in time in life, but we've all shared the same experiences for different reasons. Humanize each other. No parent gets it right all the time. It is okay to say, as a parent, I have fucked up and I have failed in some areas. I can say honestly and openly all the time. Every day is not a good day with me and my children. I fuck up, I get on their nerves, and vice fucking versa. Do you know what I don't do to my children is ever make them feel like their voice is not important, that they have to muffle their voice. I never make my children feel like they don't have a right to experience whatever. If it's a failure, if you failed something, it's okay. You had a right to experience that failure. It's not going to be the fucking end. You can always motherfucking do better to improve and gain better. I don't talk down to my kids and make them feel like every bad decision that they made, whether it was accidentally or intentionally, is the fucking end all or be all, that defines them. I'm not trying to live vicariously through my children. I don't want to tell them who they're going to be and what they're going to be. I want to watch them blossom and be the human beings that they were created to be, live in a destiny, and the good or the bad that they may experience. I want to be there for all of it and encourage my kids every step of the way.
Exactly.
And what I also don't want for my kids, which I wish I did it for mine, I relate to Chantel. I may not agree with Chantel's actions, and I can say that because I didn't agree with my actions. But I can relate to Chantel because I was Chantel. But that doesn't mean that I had to learn how to humanize my mother.
But here's the thing too, because I agree that the humanization needs to go both ways. But if we as a community do not hold the head accountable, we're going to be copying and pasting Chantels for the next 200 years. There's going to be a bunch of Chantels and a bunch of Dougie Juniors coming down the pipeline again and again and again and again. And my fear with parents not understanding the sacredness and the deep responsibility of being parents is that they fuck these young people up, and by the time they are adults, I mean, they're pretty much cooked at that point. And that's why you got so many Americans who are dealing with insomnia, sleeplessness, unrest, depression, etc. Then when you nuance that with race, it gets even more heavier when we talk about all the statistics when it comes to the Black community who's sitting at the bottom of that totem pole. We need to get rid of this type of shit in people by informing parents that, to your point, your kids are not your personal fucking chia pet. They are not here to be to fill your loneliness void. They're not here to be your supplemental husband or wife. They're not here to even be your babysitter. They're not here to make you rich. They're not here, like, all these inappropriate things go into informing. And then there's even just a whole issue of why the fact have most people been born? Has it been because the birth was intentional, or the birth was a product of keeping a woman or keeping a man and just being sexually active? Because that has a lot to do with also what people are not giving to their kids and why so many people are not maternally connected to their children, because the birth itself was not even really intentional. It was just a byproduct of a nut. It was the byproduct of hooking up with somebody who was attracted to. It was the byproduct of casually dating. It was the byproduct of just being in love. And the kids are just an extension of that, instead of made a separate reality that has its own reality in and of itself. It has its own science. It has its own structure. It has its own existence. And with so many people just playing down parenting, it is resulting in lousy parenting. And that creates lousy ass mediocre humans who are mediocre lovers, mediocre employees, mediocre community members, mediocre friends. This mediocrity just bleeds out everywhere. Lousy adults come from their lousy parents most of the time. Just lousy.
That is true. That is true. I always say, parents as a, like, parents just lack accountability. I don't know what this thing is where parents just are so caught up in their egos that they just won't see the truth, the thing of a thing, and just do better. Like, I think it's strange that we have such a division when it comes to not just our parents, but in our elders, period. Like, I just think it's just really strange how, like I was saying with the Christian Rock thing, like when it's a younger person, it's like everybody's on the mother to do better by the child. They don't let up. They don't offer no grace. They don't make no excuses, no nothing. But when it's like, this is one of the things that I don't like. This one of the phrases or statements that I don't like. When you are an adult, your parents don't owe you anything. They may not owe you anything of monetary value, but as a parent, you never stop being a parent. And as a child, you never stop being a child. You are an adult child, but you're still my child. But the part that becomes the issue is they seem to subtract the adult part from the child. And people think that once your children, because that's a Black community thing, that's something that's very relevant in our community. When our children turn 18, they got to get the hell out. You're grown, get out. You're 18 now, my job is done. No, it's not. We are a being that always evolves. Our evolution never stops. We can stunt and procrastinate, but we still evolve. Like, it's going to come upon you. So you can either, you evolve or you devolve. So for those that don't grow, they're devolving. They're not moving with the time or whatever life is, taking you to. But my point is that it's really weird to me how there can be a switching you. Now, I do think, again, I'm all about balance, because some people take it to the extreme with their adult children. They will still coddle them like they're minors. That is unhealthy. However, when you see that your child is struggling, and even more, in my opinion, because now that they're not children anymore, As an adult, you see them struggling as if they're still a child. You have to question yourself as a parent. What did I not do? How can I have whatever higher calling and power you got to seek to get answer and direction? I think you owe it to that child, that adult child, to see what is it I can do. Because ultimately, you have now unleashed an unhealed, mentally sick person, emotionally sick person into the world. And what happens with people? We know that some diseases can drive a person, out of their mind, right? Some people get diseases and they're no longer rationally thinking, and they go out into the world and they do dangerous things. Why would you send someone into the world at the risk that they're going to do something dangerous? And danger doesn't always mean being a physical threat. Continuing on toxicity is dangerous. Getting out here and making children and abandoning your children physically, emotionally, or any level, all you're doing is spreading the virus. It's dangerous. And that's what's happening in our community, and it's been going on forever. I know definitely longer than my lifespan. And so you have a bunch of coward ass parents. I'm gonna call a thing. A bunch of selfish ass coward ass parents that aren't doing right for by their children while they're minors, and then they turn around and say fuck them all together as adults. I don't think that I could ever abandon my children at any point in their life as long as I have breath in my body. And any parent that is comfortable abandoning their children, in my opinion, you are abandoning a part of yourself. That is a part of you. And I'm gonna tell you why I feel like Jackie cannot deal with sit down and have a real transparent conversation with Chantel, because she knows that's her mini-me. I really believe Chantel is part of Jackie's reflection. She may not be to Jackie's extent, but she is a part of Jackie's reflection. And I don't think she can handle that.
I think it's merely more than enough of that, because to be honest, like, all the women really match her energy and don't back down from Jackie. I just think that Jackie doesn't want Chantel to open up a conversation that Jackie knows she's not going to be able to speak to, because she's dead ass wrong. It's like, I'm not going to let you speak to me about the truth, because first of all, the truth is that truth don't benefit me. And because it's actually dead ass wrong, I can't defend myself against it. So I'm not going to let you back me up in a conversation, because I got to look like the bad guy. And because I'm not a woman and I'm not strong enough and integral enough to do that, like, I got to get up and leave, and I got to act a fool, and I got to change the goalpost from, well, I don't want to do it on Basketball Wives. What the hell is the difference between doing it on Basketball Wives and doing it on your show where you said y'all could do it, or doing it on your YouTube where you said y'all can do it, and then you know damn well you ain't gonna even do it there either? Why did you even wait to offer where y'all could have this conversation? Because your daughter should have never asked you for something that you knew you never gave her to fucking begin with. You should be chasing her down to give this to her. She still at 32 shouldn't be running behind you about what you know you left behind. Like, Jackie is a goddamn fool. And Chantel says that she's in therapy, but I would definitely encourage her to dig a little deeper in therapy, because if
she needs some shadow work,
she don't personally heal this thing up for herself, Jackie is going to continue to be able to spin her around the block. And the fact that Jackie has done that intentionally, and she begged her daughter to be on this show, and Chantel tried to respect her boundaries. She tried to hold her no in place, but after enough pressure, and I'm sure deep down her wanting to actually entertain the possibility of things maybe getting better between her and her mom, she gave in and then got on this show, only for her mom to exploit her business, try to pit the other women against her, and then play the goddamn victim and gaslight her, knowing that this relationship was already fragile, knowing that her and Chantel was already in a fragile place, and making Chantel think that this was going to be a forward moving situation between them. Jackie is demonic. Jackie is demonic. And that interview for me was really enlightening. And I'm glad that I listened to what Chantel had to say, because I'm not even sure if I'm really upset at Chantel at all. Because I'm just really not. To know that she was manipulated and she was played against herself, I just really, if anything, I just empathize with Chantel. And I do hope that she clears this up for herself, so that this narcissist can never take advantage again of her ever again. And the only way to do that is for her to clear this up completely in herself. She will have to do that in order to stay out and to stay clear of Jackie's narcissistic games and gaslighting and triangulating.
Well, are you either one of y'all gonna send her some spells and potions and some?
I'm actually going to reach out to Chantel. I'm gonna send her an actual email. I'm gonna find out where she like receives her inquiries from, and I'm gonna tell her to watch the stream back, and I'm gonna send her my other live streams, and I'm going to tell her, if you listen to this and you feel that this is a safe space to sit in and you feel comfortable, I would love to talk to her. I really would.
Awesome.
I would love to talk to her. I would love to actually sit down and have a combo with her about all of this, because this does have this situation that's playing out in pop culture has a potential to really open up a larger conversation about parental narcissism, because I'm really sick of the Black community and they bullshit. I'm sick of this disproportionate onus that's put on the adult kids, that's put on young people, and this disproportionate pedestalizing of elders who never even earned their crowns to fucking begin with, just by way of being old and wrinkled as fuck, get to just be respected, even though they're the root of why everybody has been molested. They the reason why everybody has been inappropriately touched. They the reason why everybody done been raped. They the reason why everybody, they the reason for all this shit. They the reason. They're the reason for all of the goddamn dysfunction. I don't hold these fucking elders I'm like God. I am of no respect to persons, and I only pedestalize righteousness. Fuck people, including these old assholes who led to generations of people transferring trauma and drama from one family to the next through poor and improper demonstration, and then having the nerve to sit low and be a low ass bitch and look down on what they created and frown. The audacity, as if what the fuck the generations have become are not a fucking mere reflection of them. Bitch, the millennials are doing better and doing things that our grandmothers and our grandfathers could have never.
That part.
Standing on business, them hoes could have never. Standing on a principle and breaking change, that them motherfuckers could have never. Could have never. And then they have the nerve to act like they come from some pristine, justified. No, you hoes were just a bunch of dysfunctional motherfuckers in suits and ties. Y'all just made it look better than what it was.
Well.
Yeah, we just got our pants hanging off our asses with our shit, bitch. You hoes were toe up just in tuxedos and dresses. You made funk look like Febreze.
Sha-la-la-la-la.
See, that shit don't get over on me, because I see the play, and this is the reason why I don't fuck with my own family to begin with, because I don't have time for shit that don't work. I don't have time for copy and paste and wash and rinse. And then we still in the same shit again and again and again and again and again. And nobody has said, bitch, are we insane? Because why would we? Why would we continue to go down the same road, doing the same way, and ending up at the same ground zero? Literally, it's time to be revolutionary in this motherfucker. Where Kurt Franklin when you need him? Do you need a revolution? Whoop, whoop. Where is he? The black community, our community has really underestimated the predicament we have found ourselves in. They've really underestimated the predicament we've unconsciously co-created along with our external enemies. We've played right into the hands of trauma and then have taught generations of people to make themselves comfortable in that bed instead of finding something wrong with the bed. We've learned to put cologne and perfume on generational trauma. We've learned to put denial on generational trauma. And we continue to berate and beat generations of black people who are attempting to be revolutionary ass Negroes, who are willing to risk it all for their freedom, who are willing to risk look crazy and sounding crazy for the sake of breaking up harmful philosophies, harmful societal ideas. And we're still trying to beat those free Negroes into submission. The reason why the black community don't want to actually have to grow up is because it requires work. Something we don't want to do from the inside out, while we nonetheless, though, allow capitalism to work our bodies into a grave. I'd rather take my chances on my soul and let that motherfucker be the cause of my death. I would rather die fighting for my soul salvation and attempt to claim some sense of true peace and joy in my life than to play this hamster wheel ass game with a blind ass community who continues to talk good talk, but they keep walking that old ass walk.
Okay.
Yeah, baby. I see your grandpa in the pep in your step. I see your grandmama in the pep of your step. Baby, I see your ancestors in the pep of your step, baby. And not the ones who stood up, but the ones who laid the fuck down.
Oh, Lord.
The bitches who didn't get off the motherfucking bus. The bitches who let them white people run their ass to the bike. I understand healing never sounds attractive because everybody knows what comes with it, which is busting a motherfucking sweat. It comes with a temporary lapse in comfortability. It comes with the temporary experience of being made the enemy. And I don't know whether it was Kurt Franklin or Tyler Perry or somebody recently said that they were made the enemy of because their family had no idea that they were breaking cycles of oppression. And that's true, T. When you on some revolutionary shit, baby, you're going to trigger up the pain. That's darkness being exposed to the light. And that darkness has a choice from there. To persevere or to defend itself against that light. Oh, yeah, healing ain't for the faint of heart. Changing shit ain't for the faint of heart. When you've been taught your whole life it was okay for you to have an ego, and it was okay for you to be a nasty ass bitch, and it was okay for you to be a goddamn menace, and it was okay for you to be community dick, and it was okay for you to not have no sexual fucking discipline and to put your dick wherever the hell you want it to be. When you've been taught and you have indulged your whole life in being upside down, oh yeah, I understand why people can't stand. They like the idea, but nobody actually likes the work. And that's why the scriptures say, baby, the field is plentiful, but the laborers are motherfucking few. The field of healing is plentiful, baby, but the laborers are motherfucking few. Yeah, ain't easy, but fuck easy is necessary. I don't give a damn at this point. Was it easy for me to reverse type 2 diabetes? No, the fuck it wasn't. Did I motherfucking do just that? Yes, the fuck I did.
Hello?
I don't give a fuck about it being easy. It was necessary.
You know what?
We got too much of a luxury mentality, and unfortunately, we think that healing is a commodity instead of a necessity. I don't think of my healing as a necessity think of my healing as a commodity, as a luxury, or as a accessory. It is necessary. It is necessary. It's necessary. It's like the air I need to breathe. It's that necessary. It's not something far off. It's not down the street. It's not a year from now. It's not when I can afford therapy, bitch. I'll rob the bank to get it now. It's a right now, right here. Ain't Christ kept saying, bitch, the kingdom is right now. Ho, what y'all talking? Y'all trying to get to heaven. I'm trying to get heaven into y'all. Ooh, the kingdom is at hand right now. The kingdom is at hand right here. We're talking about right now healing. Yeah. We're talking about what's available to us right now, right here. There is no later. It's all right here and it's all right now.
You know, I want to say people are definitely lazy. Because the fact of the matter is, from my own experience, changing, it is not a hard thing. Doing the right thing and doing right by yourself and others is not a hard thing. It does not require a lot of work. It's a choice. But just like if you have, as an example, a house full of food, raw food that needs to be prepared, you get your butt up and you go in the kitchen. May take the prep work and everything, may take about 15-20 minutes to clean, wash, rinse, whatever. A 15-minute process. And then everything else, all you got to do is just keep an eye out and make sure nothing burns, right? Mm-hmm. But people would rather order fast food. Because people are lazy. It's not that anything is complicated. Every choice and decision that we make, unless there's severe consequences, as I've stated before, it's like if it's going to cause you to be behind the bars for the rest of your life or something, for a long period of time or whatever, our choices and our decisions are not hard. You choose, you do. It's just that simple. Either the right thing or the wrong thing. People are simply lazy. They like relying on others to do the work for them. And the reality and the sad part about it is nobody's going to do the work for you. So it's sad that you're dependent on others to do something for you that you can do for yourself. And then you turn around and you're living a miserable existence and your misery is spreading like wildfire. But then on top of that, you blame others. There's no self-reflection and real true self-accountability. Because people are lazy. And that's why I feel like people are willfully ignorant in this world, in this earth, specifically in these states, because they are too lazy to do what needs to be done. But it all starts back, like it will forever go back to the root, because no matter what the situation is, there's a root. That situation came out of something planted deep. And the fact that most people, I do respect and honor my elders. My respect and how I honor my elders is being truthful. It's being truthful. I curse around my elders. I don't curse my elders out, but I use profanity and everything when I talk. I use profanity all the time. It's my first language.
Amen.
And I can kick it with them because I love the elders, but I've never felt like any human was off limits to me when it came to my voice. especially when it comes to my experience. You don't get to hurt me and think that I don't have the right to let you know that you hurt me. You don't get to check and question how I choose to respond to you or when I respond to you. But when I know that ultimately you don't give a fuck about me and you prove it to me over and over again, I'm not going to let you have that kind of control over me, but you going to get this fucking work. And the greatest work of fuck you I got for me to you is to remove myself the fuck away from you completely. Because like a true narc, they need their supplier. Bitch, you will not motherfucking suck my life out of me.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
In the end, when it's all said and done, because have y'all not noticed that most of those, the elders, especially the ones that have transitioned, that have inflicted the most harm and pain and injury within their families and within their community, have y'all not seen how they final days have been for them?
Mm.
There is a pattern there too as well. So I'm like, sometimes our best bet, check a motherfucker and just disassociate. And you do better. Because one day you're going to become the elder.
Mm-hmm.
So that you don't, perpetuate the cycle. But absolutely, my aunt got a saying. I heard it on the TV, an old TV show. I think Sanford and Son. I never knew where this came from. It says 8 to 80, crippled, blind, or the C word. Anybody can get it. Anybody can get it.
2 kids from 1 to 92.
Anybody can get it. You don't get to hurt me, and I don't get to respond. Now, I'm going to choose how I want to respond. And I ain't going to give you too much of me when you've already been taking enough of me. And I think it's the season that we need to start looking at not just our moms, our dads, just the parents and the elders all together. Like, if they're not imparting wisdom upon you, if they're not there passing down knowledge to you, if having them in your life is not an increase, you need to find another elder. This is not the one for you. Because I really thought elders, I always thought this, and then start seeing it on TV, but I'm like, maybe I'm brainwashed. I don't know if nobody else feel this way. Like, why aren't elders doing what I was raised to believe elders are supposed to do? It feel like elders be in low-key competition with the younger generation. Because think about it, the elders today really really in their 40s. You got a lot of grandmamas at 21, 22. So do y'all think that that's part of the problem?
I do. I can believe that be part of the problem because, again, like, even I think you mentioned it earlier, living vicariously through your children, like whatever mistakes that you made or whatever accomplishments you could not do, instead of loving yourself and healing yourself, because as long as you're still breathing, you're able to make a change. Like you said, people want to be lazy and let me do it through my child. And now you are controlling the trajectory of your child's life, as opposed to, like what you said earlier, being able to be a nurturer, a protector, a provider, but also be humble and be a student as well, to learn from them to make their lives better. They won't do that. And I think there was some sort of saying, I know I'm gonna mess it up, I can't remember it verbatim, but it's something along the lines of, I will take advice from wise elders, but I will not submit to an old fool, though.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of people out there, to your point, who are bitter, who are angry, who are jaded, who feel like they have to compete with the younger generation to be able to get some sort of affirmation, when it's sad because no one was really there to teach them how to do that. There was a point in time in Blackness where we were connected. One thing I tell my parents all the time is that I love the music that they grew up on. It was about unity. It was more cohesive. Everybody was walking around with their afros. Everybody knew they was on cold. They was on cold. But then the crack epidemic came in the 80s and fucked everything up. We've really lost that whole community aspect. Like back in the day where if somebody messed up, the person down the street will be able to handle that damn child and tell your parents about it. And now you got in trouble again because everybody looked out. When they had neighborhood watches, when they had block parties, when you knew who your neighbor was. Today, the word neighbor has been removed. Now it's just the hood. So to your
That's
point,
true.
having these conversations are very important, and not just online, but like at family events, at family reunions, at family funerals. Because no shade for a lot of black people, the only time we really link up together is when it's reunions and funerals. We got to work on that as well, and even to me. But to CTV's point, and to your point as well, I'm willing to do that with the people who are willing to do that with me. Just because you are my mother or my father does not mean that I am willing to be subjected to the torment that you give me.
Right.
You have to be able to create a safe space for your child as well. And I do feel like there can be a blending of being your child's friend, but also their parent. Because no shade, if your child is going through anything, wouldn't you want your child to feel comfortable enough to be like, hey, I can talk to my mother and my father literally about any and everything, as opposed to having to go out in the world and possibly talk to somebody who does not have my best interest at heart, but they want something out of it. Just like how with the whole thing with VH1, Viacom, allowing this to be, I don't know if you said the first episode or the opening episode of the season, and this is happening, they are the ones who are benefiting the most off of it. What they could have done is said, okay, well, how about we bring a therapist onto the show to help us break some of this shit off? But healing is not profitable. That's the sad part. It never was. Even though it's profitable in the end, as far as your life changing and you got power, you know. But if you don't know how to get there or don't have examples of people who are doing that, there will be people out there who will be the torturer and the remedy to your bullshit, and you will never know how to get out of it. So
That's
I
your mama.
appreciate.
That's your mama. That's your mama. That's your mama, though.
Okay, well,
That's
tell her ass that. Tell her ass that.
Right.
Don't tell me. Tell
mama
her
ass
motherfucking
that
ass
you are mama.
that you are my mama.
Tell daddy ass that he a daddy. You
Let
a
me
daddy.
say this one last thing
daddy.
real quick.
You a daddy.
In my experiences with romantic relationships, a lot of those individuals who did not have their parents there to help create a foundation of love, when they go out into the world, like again, they're used to dealing with ain't shit ass individuals, regardless of who it is. But then when they meet individuals who come in and end up possibly being the answered prayer, all the tears you cried, all these things to help not complicate your life, but complement your life, those individuals will be afraid to receive it, even when it is something good, because they don't know what good is, because they're used to the bad. So it's a lot that the Black community in particular has to work out. And yes, there are other ethnic groups who does, but like CTV said, this is a you got to bring in the potato salad, and if it tastes good, you can get in. Okay, we are doing food tasting to be able to taste whether you can come inside this thing. If you can't, if you're bringing blueberries and the macaroni and cheese and shit, you got to sit your ass outside. You get what I'm saying? So again, I love these conversations, and I love it over here when we talk like this. Like I just love it. I do. About to spark up again. I love it.
I was estranged from my mama before she got sick. The only reason that I ended up moving back home was because her health had hit an all-time low, and my grandma was gonna let my mama come and live with her, but my grandma was afraid because my grandma was afraid that my mama was going to stroke out again and nobody was going to be there if that happened. And I was like, well, that's not really your responsibility. She got children. And even though I was not really speaking to my mother at that point, I chose to move back home, move back in, and be her caretaker. And to my grandma's wisdom, I'm definitely glad somebody was here, because I was the last one to see her alive. She stroked out right in the living room, and that was the last time she was alive. Had I not been here, and telling you know, how long she would have just been in the house unalived at that point. And my mom, like, her doctors told her, if you don't take your medicine, your blood pressure medicine, like you should, you can't be on and off this medicine. You got to take it consistently for it to work. And you need to adjust your stress level, address some of your eating habits, address your cigarette smoking. My mama ain't do none of that. And that's when I realized that even though the doctors told my mama that if you have another stroke, this gonna be the one that's gonna take you into the glory. The fact that my mama could hear that and still went back to her old habits, that's when I really, really was able to understand that, wow, my mama don't love herself, because she didn't love herself enough to take care of herself.
Right.
Because love is what to move your ass off. Love is what to get your ass off your ass. And I don't think people understand that self-love looks exactly like romantic love, but it looks like that on yourself. Just like you would get your ass up off your ass for your love, for the love of your life, self-love gonna get your ass up off your ass for you, because you the love of your life. Self-love moves just like motherly love does, just like romantic love does. It's action-oriented. It's completely invested in making one happy. It yields itself and moves itself toward the better. And I was just like, damn, that explained so much in my mom's experiences, that my mom had a very complicated relationship to herself. Now, maybe it didn't start off that way. Maybe her marriage eventually had broke up. Maybe some other things in life had led to it breaking her. But once she wasn't really willing to do what she could have did to prevent her death, or maybe it was arrogance. Maybe, I mean, well, I'm going to say that arrogance is also a part of a sickness in consciousness, because it's just a function of consciousness. So either way, you know, it was just like, wow, you know, this is much deeper than just her being alive. She got some psychological issues that are contributing to the habits that are deteriorating her life. And she doesn't care enough to really fight for herself. She doesn't really care enough to put in her work. And I was sad for her, but I wasn't, when my mom finally passed, I wasn't even upset, because I had watched God be so good to my mama that I was just like, I literally watched her throw in the towel, basically. I mean, like that's really what I felt like I watched. Like, I just watched her throw in the towel, and it's just like, well, there's no victims here. I feel like she must be happier with this than she was with, you know, existing in the living. And it transformed my relationship to myself, because it made me want to do the complete opposite. It made me want to address any of my own self-loathing, because I realized that I do have to love me in order to manifest a quality of life that means something for myself. And without me being invested to that degree, the rest of my life is just not going to happen. And once again, healing is not easy. You do have to get into your mind and get into your life, and you got to do a lot of decolonizing. You have to do a lot of unpacking. You have to do a lot of uprooting, a lot of shadow work. And I mean, you're definitely going to earn this life. Eventually you're going to live, but you're definitely going to labor for it emotionally and mentally, but it is truly worth it. And I think we just have to not let anybody be an excuse. You know, I walked away from my parents because I decided that they didn't have a right to stress me. I walked away from my family eventually because I decided they didn't have a right to stress me. I walked away from relationships because I decided that people didn't have a right to stress me. And I really do hate, though, that there are people who believe that, well, it's your mama. You gotta put up with it. It's your daddy. That's your family. Blood is thicker than love. And you know what's thicker than blood? Oh, well, I said blood is thicker than water, but you know what's thicker than blood? Love.
Yeah.
Fuck blood. I'd rather have love.
Hello.
And sometimes your blood don't love you. So fuck blood. It's about love. So, yes, people, to everybody's point here, we got to do the work. The conversation around Chantel and Jackie is bigger than Chantel and Jackie.
Right.
We got to correct a lot of this bullshit in our community. And the future of young people's lives are dependent upon it. I don't really think people understand, like, when you have kids, do you realize that you're raising someone's husband to be? You're raising someone's wife to be? You're raising someone's mother. Hell, this person is probably going to become a parent. This person is going to probably become a damn daddy. Like, this, I don't think people really understand. They understand that they're
wait a minute. Hey, catch this. Catch this. You're also raising someone's abuser.
Well, yeah.
But that's what's going to happen if you
strong.
don't actually raise them. If you don't raise them, you're going to raise an abuser.
No, but some people are raising
being an abuser.
No, some people are literally raising them to be that too, deliberately. When you deliberately don't pour into it's deliberate.
Oh, when I say a raising, I'm speaking contextually.
I know you're talking about the positive, love, the nurturing.
Yeah, I ain't talking about psychos raising psychos. But if you actually mother as a healthy mother, if you father as a healthy father, like, y'all are raising future leaders and people who are going to be in other people's lives. And what you done demonstrated, what you and your partner, you and the co-creator, whoever the mother or father is, whoever y'all are, it's going to largely depend on who these young people are going to grow up to be to other people. Because it's not just about them. They're going out into the world. And other people have to deal with them. Other people have to interact with them. I can't tell you how many Black men in particularly literally have an issue with emotional vulnerability and how it even stifles friendships. I got a friend in my life that I love so much, but he done been through so much shit because of his parents and his family that he be floating at the surface, and it be so much more left to be desired. But so many layers of defenses have been put in place to protect him because his childhood has made him struggle with accepting that he can be loved and that people do take him seriously and that he actually means something. And I just be so grateful to just have him even at a surface level. But I just be like, God damn, bitch, y'all really done fucked up my shit with my friend, because me and my friend can be rolling in the motherfucking deep, but because he had a raggedy ass mammy and a raggedy ass pappy who then also neglected his siblings, and he had raggedy ass siblings, it's like, well, yeah, of course it makes sense for him to struggle with everybody else's perceivable love for him, because the people who are quote unquote supposed to were out of order and dysfunctional and gave him a mutated version of that. And this is going to be somebody's husband someday. This is somebody who's trying to be somebody's best friend. This is somebody and my friend just like opened up to me like the past few weeks and being like, I'm actively trying to let y'all in because I know y'all love me. And I know that I have to like intentionally lean in order to let that really shine. And I'm also learning from y'all how to be loving back in return and what that really looks like. And he was like, every time that y'all do something for me, I just be like, I wonder what this person really wants from me. Like, he struggles to accept it even as genuine because he's been raised in such a transactional way that he just really struggles with just being enough. Like, no, people are really in it for you. And they see it for you. And they're invested because of you. And this happens in gay relationships too. Like, I have hardly ever had a mate who is actually deep and it's just naked. just present, wide open. Because of course, gay black men done been through more than them straight black men done been through. Because it's a double entendre when you add the queer intersection into the shit. So it's just, I want people to really understand, like, this shit is not just about the individuals. Like, the way people are raising people and the things that people are not doing for people becomes other people's reality too, because those people become a part of other people's lives. And the pain and the dysfunction and the fight for air, metaphorically speaking, it just gallops across the Serengeti of humanity, and it shows up in every part and every facet of our lives. And it's time to be free. It's time to be fucking free. It's time to be free. I can't take this shit anymore. This shit has discouraged me from having kids. I don't even want to bring no fucking kids of my own into this bullshit, because I'll be damned if one of these tired ass niggas is trampling over the heart of my daughter, or one of these tired ass niggas or tired ass women, or whether this mediocre ass, like, I would not dare bring kids into this world at this point in human society, because I don't see anything that I would that I think is worthy of my non-existent ass children being a part of. So just having nieces and nephews is enough for me. And caring for them is scary enough, because I just be like, girl, I'm having to raise y'all on some Destiny's Child all the way, man, who independent, baby. I wasn't having to raise y'all, bitch, to act like other people don't exist. So because you're gonna have to be that strong to do this thing. You're gonna have to be that competent, baby, to survive, baby. The world ain't even the same world that we all grew up in. The world has changed several times over now. This is some whole nother shit right here. And it got less to do with love and more with commodity and capitalism and materialism. It's shallow feats, shallow ambitions. Baby, it's a terrible time for interpersonal relationships, baby. This is why it's complicated going on across the goddamn board. It's complicated in friendships, complicated in damn romantic ships, complicated in, baby, it's all damn complicated. It's so not attractive. It's so not appealing to the human heart. It's all body. It's all cerebral. Nothing truly sentimental and special and romantic and intimate going on. Everybody living out of the shallows of their fucking egos. It's exhausting and it's ugly. It's just so ugly and boring. It makes society so boring. It's gross.
I have to agree largely on just how much I am turned off as well. You know, like, and it's hard. It's easy for me to be turned off, but it's hard to live in that existence. But I accept it. You know, I accept it, and I just make sure that I focus on me. That's the good, because I'm always trying to look for, I'm an optimistic person, but I've also become like, it's like 50-50 now. I'm like a pessimist too. You know what I mean? Like, I cannot allow myself to live in a world of delusion and fluff, you know, that doesn't exist. But it really is hard. And I think for me, sometimes when I get frustrated, I don't understand how people don't see it and don't change the direction that we're in. You see a lot of commonality, and we've had these conversations before numerous of times. It doesn't matter what the topic is at hand, it will always come back to, i.e., the root of the problem. And I never find, like, if there's 1 million people in the live, out of 1 million, only 100, and I guess 100 is great. I'm not gonna knock the 100 that do, or are part of the minority that do make a change, that are impacted and do the work. But it's just strange that people don't want better. Like, it's strange that they don't want better. Like, we see the problems, yet we're not making the necessary changes to correct it. And I find that more strange than anything, because it's like, we're not going to go back to neighborhoods if we can't learn to be neighbors.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
the whole, not the whole, business aspect of it, but we're not going to have, marriages, like successful marriages, and, you know what I'm saying, 2-parent homes, if that's what you desire, or, you know what I'm saying, with parents, emotionally intelligent and self-aware parents, nurturing parents. We're not going to get back to those things if we don't correct the problems.
Right.
And you got to rip the fucking Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
You just have to rip the Band-Aid off. We always call a thing, but then we turn around and we cover the thing back up.
Mm.
So change needs to occur immediately. We should feel like this shit is like damn near the apocalypse. And to a large degree, that's what it feels like to me. I'm not even going to be dramatic, but that is the reality. Sometimes I do feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone and everybody is a fucking zombie because nobody has feelings anymore. People are so numb to humanity. I keep going back to that because I think it's so important to me that if people humanize each other and even themselves, because in a weird way, people don't even humanize themselves. Going back to what you were saying about, you know what I'm saying, using, your mom's, her transaction and all of that. It's like people don't love themselves. They are literally stifled. Whatever occurred that stifled them to be aware and actually feeling, it's like they're numb, aka zombies. They're not feeling. And because they don't feel it in a way that they need to, in a healthy way, which is strange too. And I don't want to sound like I'm rambling, but it's strange as well too, because I was saying there are some people that want to numb their pain, right?
Yeah.
And so they rely on all kind of substances. It ain't got to just be a narcotic. So they rely on substances to numb the pain, but the pain doesn't go away. Yes, the pain is still there. And the pain comes to let you know there's a problem. Pain is a warning sign. There is a problem. Something is wrong. And fucking ignoring it does not correct it. It's not going to fix it. It's not going to heal it. So I'm left with no choice but to believe that these motherfuckers are zombies. I'm scared of zombies. Every fucking zombie movie I don't see, they fucking eat your heads off, rip out your guts and all. I'm scared of zombies. They're dangerous. They carry diseases.
Well, that makes 2 of you now.
But no shade to everybody's point as far as like we see the issues, we see the problem, we might start addressing it, but then we go back to the thing, or just going back to our regularly scheduled program. One thing that I've been trying to do, and again, I'm still a baby in this because I know the possibilities are endless. So hey, is I try to actively every day throughout the day think about death. I think about my mortality. My parents are getting up in age now. So, that inevitable reality is getting closer. Hell, there's a possibility they could lose me or my sister before we lose them. And I told CTV, like, when I was younger, and I had like this like about almost a week ago. It's crazy. When I was younger, every time I would, not every time, but a lot of times when I would go to bed, when you go to bed, everything that you put in the back of your mind starts coming to the forefront. So I just started thinking about a lot of different things, and I would I would start thinking the thoughts of, okay, well, I'm going to die one day. And baby, that shit would just keep ringing and ringing and ringing. And I would get up out my bed and go into a full panic attack because my ego could not handle it. But the reason why now that I'm older and I think about it more and try to deal with that aspect is because, one, that's going to happen to all of us. We don't know when. There are plenty of people right now on their deathbeds who have all type of regrets. I forgot what it was, but it was a nurse who would, like, I guess throughout her time of talking to people in hospice care, like, she collected or created a journal of like regrets that people had and was able to find a top 10 because a lot of people put so many things on hold. But if you think about death and work through that scary part of it, that's when, like CTV said by way of Christ, you start living in the present moment, which is the only moment that you have. Tomorrow is not promised. So when I spend time with my parents, I spend time with them, and it's meaningful time, because at the end of the day, they will be a memory. There is not one man on this earth that can stop death. No shade. So I think for the people who are not learning or don't get it, they're going to get it, but will they survive it though? I think you said it earlier, rumors. As far as the dark night of the soul, they need their ego work, their ego death work needs to be done. A lot of people have their parents pass away and don't recover. Have their children pass away, don't recover. Their marriages fall apart, don't recover. They don't get the job or get the scholarship, or don't have, or even making it even more nuanced, don't have the body they want.
Or in your case, didn't get to make a wifey out of that booty.
No shade. When I was in 2018, when I fell for a nigga, yeah, I literally I contemplated taking my life. I contemplated taking my life, to where CTV was like, bitch, okay, girl, I'm getting a little scared. Are you okay? You know what I mean? But I'm grateful for that experience, because it woke me up. And that's why I love Mother Marijuana to this day, because she opened up the full eye to me, to where I had to see everything. But in the midst of that, I had love there. I had love. That was the thing that anchored me. That was the thing that kept me. That was the thing that saw redemption in me, despite what everybody else said. And there was a quote that CTV said a long time ago, where it was like, the hardest thing to do in this life, or I ain't say the hardest thing, the most challenging thing to do in this life, is to keep reminding yourself that you are worthy of love, and walking that out in a world, due to its ignorances and fears, will do every fucking thing possible to prove to you that you're not worthy of it, because they don't see themselves worthy of it. So if you don't see yourself worthy of love, how can you give something that you've never had? You have to be able to receive it. So even though all this horrible
and the
stuff
elders have to reverse uno the philosophy. Do as I do, and as I say, because you got to demonstrate the love, baby.
Come on, yes.
You can't recognize something that has not been demonstrated to you. You can't discern nothing that you don't have a reference for.
Correct.
You're gonna misunderstand it. You're gonna misinterpret it, and you're gonna abuse it as a result.
Mm-hmm.
And then it ain't gonna be until you finally wake up 10 years from now that you realize what you had 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I can't even get off this elderly shit, because I just have this memory in my mind of my grandmother telling my 18-year-old cousin, when my cousin came to the conclusion that her mother was a tired-ass narcissist, and this explained why their relationship was the way that it was, and then decided that she didn't want to have anything to do with her mother. I remember my grandmother distinctively telling my cousin, "That's your mama, though. That's your mama." And that's an inappropriate statement, and it's an inappropriate response. What the proper response should have been, and actually is love your mama, but fuck the relationship to her.
Oh.
Love the person, but you get to fuck the relationship. You get to say fuck the relationship. Mm-hmm. The two are not synonymous. Love your mama, but if your mama is toxic, your mama is triggering, your mama induces stress, your mama brings out the worst in you, love her, but fuck a relationship to her, because it is your job to stay within the circumstances, situations, and amongst people who bring out the best for you. And sometimes your own people are not those people. And that's okay. Do you know how much shit I would have allowed to expire in my life earlier than what I did had somebody taught me that it was okay to vote for myself?
That part.
Had somebody grab my hand and said it is okay to vote for you. Vote for you, CTV. Vote for you. You know how much shit would have ended before it ever began? Do you know how much more faster I would have ran at the first signs of danger if I had not been taught by well-meaning people to be emotional dumpsters and emotional punching bags and a emotional storage room for harmful ass people? Because that's what all the unconscious empaths in my family did. They thought the loving thing to do was to absorb abuse, to absorb triggers, to absorb gaslighting, to absorb an extension cord to their ass, to absorb infidelity, to absorb emotional stoicism. That statement is a complete statement. You can love the person that harms you, and you can say, fuck the relationship. You do not have to be in relationship to people that love you if they are harmful to you. We oftentimes learn how to stand up to ourselves by standing up to other people. If we get lucky, sometimes it works from the inside out. When we learn to stand up to ourselves, we learn to stand up to other people. But every man or every woman has to, unpack their soul salvation. The Black community, we're dealing with a lot of baggage internally, externally, and baby, shout out to all of the Afro-wearing Negroes who have done their work, because it probably almost costed you your goddamn sanity in your life to actually endure that cross. To endure that cross in order to have your mind and your consciousness renewed. Because I know it almost cost me, so I give all the praise to the Most High.
Yes, sir. It definitely was. I was prescribed all type of medications. I refused that. I blocked that. I think just like how you reverse your diabetes, I think I reverse mental health. My bad mental health, I really do. I said, I looked at that shit. I was only 22. I said, hell fucking no. I ran the fuck away. You hear me? And that's why I know it's necessary. You have to. You cannot sit in a cesspool and think like, if you're gonna, live a healthy life, you're not. That shit is poison. So please learn to choose you and put you first and love yourself, and learn your self-worth and, require others. Like, you can't force people to be nobody but who they are. Like, you gotta accept people for who they are. You can't force them to be who you want them to be for you, but you damn sure can motherfucking control and have all the power about how they are in your life and if they're gonna be in your life and what they're gonna, like, you control that shit. Fuck the bullshit.
Yep. And don't let
you triggered me conscious a little bit. I started thinking about all that fucking medication. They had them prescribe me. I didn't even think. I never even thought about how that all related together.
But also look at the power that you were able to tap into to be able to change your life. Because
I knew. I don't want to go into all of that. Like, but true story, I knew there was nothing wrong with me that I needed a pill to remedy.
Exactly. Yes. Because when it comes down to loving yourself, and it's really about being in your thoughts and your emotions, because those are the two things that's going to manifest whatever it is. We manifest things unconsciously every day, even like and unconsciously we participate in that. For example, when we say things like, "Oh, if it ain't one thing, it's another," the universe is just saying, "Okay, send it on down." So, paying attention to your thoughts and deciding which thoughts make it and which thoughts do not make it. Because some of those thoughts that a lot of people believe in and subscribe to is what's poisoning them.
That's true too.
And then there are people outside who understand that pattern, that process, who instead of saying, okay, this person needs help, let's provide them not just the information and the tools, but like CTV said, walk that shit out, because seeing is believing. to help them get through that. But if you do that, there's no profit in that. So it's better to make money off of people who, instead of healing you, I'll just keep you fucked up. I'll just say you need to take this. And then once this starts giving you all this other shit, then I have something for that.
And this is why Christ told all of them niggas to come with him. Come with me, baby. You about to leave. You about to leave these crazy assholes. Come with me, baby. Come with me, baby. You got to come all the way about that thing. You got to come all the way about that stuff, baby.
Right.
But they had to learn how to bring it in themselves. They had to learn how to receive it. Like in the narrative of the book with Christ, I think that if I'm not mistaken, there was a time where Christ was doing works and it wasn't nothing happening, but it wasn't on his account. It was on the account of the other people because they simply did not believe. Like, for example, with the story with the leper, like I guess interpret it like if Christ was asking this person saying, look, I know that society sees you as a leper. I know these other people walk past and remind you that you're a leper. And I know that you've also participated in believing that you are a leper because, again, seeing is believing. Are you willing to believe in this moment and hold on to that frequency and vibration to be seen as something beside a leper? And they have to be willing to receive that. But if they're resistant to get it, against it, it's not going to work because they put the responsibility on the healer as opposed to willing to be receptive of that healing. But we haven't been taught that.
Instead of on the actual healed. And that's why every time somebody was Christ, every time somebody was healed, Christ said, it is your faith that makes you heal. It is your faith that makes you whole. Your faith, baby. I could do nothing without your surrenderance and without your belief in you and your belief in this very truth, that you can be different, that this can be different. And your full surrenderance to that on a conscious level is what transforms one's reality, which is why literal miracles still happen to this day. That magic is still in the earth. That magic is still amongst the people. That instantaneous transmutation still happens to this day because it's all in us. This is why Christ said, the kingdom of heaven is within you, baby. Your joy is already, it's not, there's nothing out there. It's all in here already. It's all in here. It's all inside.
And it's plentiful.
If you can just move the trauma, if you can just move the reinforcement of the lie, if you can just not believe your community, don't believe the messaging, don't separate yourself from the struggle and the trauma and come into that personal alignment, into your point, Bubs, hold the vibration of all that you want and all that you desire without the intrusive thoughts of the sick ass ego. Look, prayer and the power of focus and affirmation is so powerful that there's literal medical data around the power of prayer and how patients who have a very strong prayer life heal at a far more rapid level than those who do not. And all prayer is a self-conversation. It's a conversation between the conscious mind and the unconscious self.
Man, my prayer
is in as a metaphysics. It's just a dialogue between the conscious man and the inner man and touching and agreeing, becoming one, joining the mind and the heart in desire. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I was saying my prayers are spell work, straight up. Because what I speak out of my mouth comes to pass. I believe that it has become tangible for me in my life. And I try to speak more good. Not try. I do. I intentionally speak more good than I do bad for my reality of, everything has its place in life. But I feel like I don't know how people can get a taste of feeling good, being good, looking good, like all of the things that saying they help build you up and keep you going, provide you with the motivation and the stamina. I don't know how people literally get comfortable in not having that and would choose the other, the lesser of the great. I don't really get that. And I know we already said it because people don't feel like they're worthy, but damn, like, do you know how good it feels to have a day? I know I've been having a lot of days. No matter what comes, I intentionally work at feeling good, looking for the positive and identifying, what's negative. I don't deny it, but I look for the positive because there's so much negativity. Positivity seems to be a part of the minority, but the reality and totality, listening to both of you speak, the reality and the totality is that there's an abundance of everything of wealth. I'm talking about money, talking about real wealth. There's an abundance of it within us and in the land. We have no reason to be anything but great as we were destined to be. So I'm always just taken aback when I see people that look like they just want to be miserable. So however they can get the supply to continue to feast in misery, they choose that over feeling. I be feeling fucking fantastic, y'all. I'm not exaggerating. I be feeling fucking, and don't let me have an edible. I feel supernatural.
Thank you.
I know. It's like, I know that I don't belong in this space. And the only thing I need to do is evolve in my consciousness to figure out how the fuck to escape, and stay going a little longer. But I don't really get any. Y'all was even talking when y'all was talking about Christ and the disciples, everything, and the wedding. I'm like, even Jesus separated himself from his mother, and Mary was a good mother according to their Bible. She was a good mother, but she didn't. She at some point she was not within his destiny. He had a bigger picture. He had things to do that she could not be a part of. So I'm confused. If you had Mary, quote unquote, being a great mother, right? And Jesus could separate from her for long periods of time and eventually for eternity. Why the fuck can't people leave their toxic ass parents? Why, like, and I'm not even talking about girl, but why can't, and even to the extent of why can't we, let's not even make it about mothers and daughters or fathers and sons. Why can't people leave each other?
Well, it's because, to your point, and using Jesus as a reference, it's because Jesus, through higher alignment, was able to supplement that because he knew who the fuck he was. So we have an issue of people not knowing who they are outside of their identities and relationships to their communities and to their families and to these ideas. So that's what really incubates them in.
I got that, and I agree, because I just don't. It's a lot of, as I'm saying, and just the more y'all talking, I just get to thinking. I'm baffled at people's lack of awareness and acknowledgement of who they are. You know what I'm saying? What they possess is really baffling to me, that people aren't even interested. We have, like, I talk to people outside of coming on a live, and I'm really shocked at people that they don't want better. Or they feel like it should be automatically given to them. Because, like, I'm always baffled, because if somebody gives it when you have better and you haven't earned better, you don't appreciate what the hell you have. So I'm just like, I'm just going to stick in this season of me. I'm going to continue to do my part in regards to having conversations. But ultimately, I'm glad I'm in the space of not trying to be anybody's fucking hero or whatever the case may be, because it makes me, like, I have and still am learning the balance of just focusing on myself.
I'm going to tell you what,
go ahead.
That we're doing in the season, rumors. We are finally realizing that cape that we use to save ourselves, we are interested in it taking our asses away. My goddamn cape for me in the fuck. My cape for my flight, bitch.
It's so crazy to me. Like, I'd be like, damn, it don't have to be nothing of, like I said, no monetary value, no super, like, none of that shit. Just like, I be so at peace and feeling so fucking fine and just the shit like all by my fucking self. And I be having peace. And it be so motherfucker. It be like nothing. It's like I'm not doing anything special. I'm not, like I'm just enjoying being myself.
Ooh.
And I feel like I'm a fly suit. And I ain't talking about aesthetics, but I feel like I am like damn near next to God. Honestly, I do.
Alignment. It's alignment. You in personal alignment. You are describing centeredness. You are centered because I be spinning too. I be feeling like I'm a fairy. I be feeling like a fairy every day. Just and don't even be nothing. I just be feeling real fairy, honey. If you feel like I'm just be dancing through the meadows, I just be bouncing from dandelion to dandelion with my little fluttery wings. I just be hot scotching it down the street. And
listen,
pooching
all through.
Pooching all through, baby. We have to be pooching. We just pooching these days. The kid said something that reminded me of something. She says one thing I learned from them white folks where I'm from is they will say F the parents and the money. And you know who really right now standing on the motherfucking business? That got them Brooke Hogan. That bitch done took herself out of the wheel. She said,
yes,
you hoes over no money, no property. Y'all can have it all, girl. I ain't letting none of this and none of y'all, baby, run me no stress, baby. Y'all can have it, baby. That bitch is that motherfucking woman is lit. She really standing in it, baby. She done barred herself off, girl, and done created the yellow tape around herself, baby. You can't get in and can't get out without a black card.
Now you know what Brooke got, that black penis that Brooke be getting. One of the ancestors traveled through that penile system. Okay, not the penile system, but the penile system. And had a little conversation with her. And that shit is motherfucking hex. Why would you want to attach yourself to that time? And listen, I loved him when I was younger, but I don't care. A spade is a spade. That was a persona. That persona died when he decided to come out and live his truth. To each his own. She said, I don't want no parts of that because she know that shit is hexed. I don't blame her. So standing like everything of monetary value and it's just like I don't see it all being worth it. Yes, I love to look good. I like my nice clothes and things and all that, but I ain't never felt so bound to it and so obsessed by it that I was going to sell my soul. For what? As you see today, today ASIC's going to be the top things or whatever, but like then you turn around tomorrow, it's going to be like, old school Etonics, or it's going to go be Reeboks, Nikes, Jordans, whatever. Like shit always change. Nothing remains the same. And it's so crazy because people would rather want to show up looking good aesthetically on the outside, but they care nothing about the inside. And that shit is more valuable than any fucking thing. Like, you got people out here that got thousands of dollars worth of clothes, but don't got no fucking insurance, life insurance, health insurance, and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like people priorities and things is all fucked up. You got people that don't even eat properly, knowing that they have certain health genetic diseases within your family. And they don't give a fuck. So I don't know why we. Yeah, I don't know why we putting a lot of. Now I'm going back to myself now. I don't know why we are putting so much expectations on people that show us who we are. I know we want them to change. I know we want our community back built, but we may always be the minority, and so we should make do with what we got. And not bring any of those infected ass bodies over, onto our ship, because that shit is a disease. It spreads. Y'all see how the history, the white people, Caucasian people history, when they left England, they came over here with all them fucking diseases and shit. That shit spreads. So I love y'all.
And we love you too, boo. And to bring it all in, I guess the takeaway here, bringing it back to Jackie and Chantel, is everybody needs to do their work. And that should be the only time that they actually speak again. They haven't spoken in 7 months. They haven't spoken since the fight. And I think the next time they speak, it should be after they both done their work, sought some deep therapy, and that be the next vibration they stand on with each other, because this vibration that they both on, it keeps repelling them off of each other, and it's repelling their ass off of each other so they can be repelled into healing. So they need to go and heal and then come back with whatever they've discovered in their healing. Bring that to the relationship, bring that to the table, bring that to the conversation. They need that. But this was a riveting conversation, you guys. Almost 4 hours. Thank you, Rumors and Tea, for pulling up. I appreciate you. Is there anything that you want to say to the people before you?
I uploaded. Well, I did a live, so I'm gonna upload the live tomorrow because I was tired and I came over here though. And subscribe to my YouTube channel so y'all can see the live. Share it out and things of that nature. Yeah. I love y'all, Bubs. I enjoyed talking to you, Conscious. You know, always well. And I hope we don't hear nothing else about these motherfuckers. But y'all, just the takeaway point.
Baby, we got an episode. And did the episode come out this week? Or
I think it already did. I think it already did. I think the final episode already it aired on Monday.
Oh yeah, they finale. Wow. Okay, that's how damn, and they ain't even having a reunion. So.
Thanks to heavens. But y'all, what was going to say? Oh, I love y'all, black people, and all of that. Take away conscious talking points. That shit ain't just for Jackie and Chantel. Y'all need to like really start choosing yourselves, but you know, learn to fucking also hold the motherfucker accountable. And if they don't want to do better for themselves, they damn sure ain't gonna do better for you. Love y'all. Good night.
I love you too, boo. Great word. That was our Woman's into you guys. Bubs, how do you feel? You looking high as hell.
That's gonna always be the case. I'm glad to be a part of this conversation. It was amazing. I love when we have these type of conversations. I love information. I love knowledge. And despite all the shit we going through, like there is still hope, y'all. There's still hope. So for the people who are
even hopeful, if it's not hope for us, there's hope for you, like individual hope. And potentially exists.
Yes, just hope in general. So, but you guys can definitely check me out on my platform, Bubs the Guide. If you are going to subscribe or whatever, just make sure you hit that notification bell, click all, and stay up to date with my edited and live content. Yes. I will be dropping Blame It on the Dress. I'm taking my time, baby. I had an idea of how I wanted to go, but the universe is moving shit around. So instead of complaining, I'm just letting it work. Yes. I'm just letting it motherfucking work. Girl.
I'm glad you are, because I was telling you that I was like, you know, sometimes if pushing too hard against something kind of ain't given, then just kind of letting it actually flow is a better approach.
So that's what I'm doing now. Yes. And if y'all feel compelled, y'all can definitely hit that Cash App $, Bubs the God. Okay, be like, Bubs, girl, let me buy you. You want a little pre-roll or something? You want a little A for something? What you want? So if you feel compelled, you can definitely hit me up. The Cash App $, Bubs the God. But yes,
and please Cash App y'all, because this gonna keep him off OnlyFans. Okay, so
girl, they're not gonna Cash App now because they probably want to see that.
Well, that is an interesting way to alley oop. Okay,
I don't want to. Didn't Rumor say something about not selling her damn soul? I don't want.
Well, you said that you be willing to sell your feet, so that ain't your soul.
Oh yeah, I can do the feet.
You can sell your hands.
I can sell my feet and my hands stuff. Yes, I can do that.
Oh, get your ass out of here and call me.
Will do. Peace, y'all.
That was Bubs, you guys. The Conscious Crew, child. This was an amazing, child. You know, we've been in the midst of it all the past few days, child. We had to come and get into the thing, child. I really want our elders to do better. All this correction really does start at the head. Shout out to the millennials for breaking chains and cycles and really, you know, presenting a different demonstration. So how the hell did you get the link, so Deb? Did I put the link in the damn chat?
Yes, you sent it to me.
When?
When I first came in.
Oh, you're right. I did drop. Oh, yeah, because I did.
Were you getting off?
When I'm closing out the show, now you want to hit the link?
I just now got into my hotel room. I was like, I was trying to hurry up.
God.
My bad.
What the heck? I mean, okay. I mean, what?
Nah, just real quick. This was a really good conversation. I was listening to it as I was getting back here. But I do think that one of the greatest things is that we did learn to love ourselves and we learned to create those boundaries.
Yes.
I think even when we originally had this conversation about Chantel, I was really on her side because I understood that type of situation.
Yeah.
And so, in my own personal life, I had to create boundaries.
Yeah.
And it was the best thing I ever did in my life for myself.
Yes.
And even when you guys are talking about, Jesus left to lead these people and stuff like that, I travel for years right now, on my own because I'm just like, until I can find a space for me where I feel that space is there, I'm going to keep it to myself. So that's all I really come here to say. I mean, close out your life.
Yes, because you turned it out and you went out and you actually had the courage to go and find yourself in the world and to unplug and to realign. And like that's a very courageous thing. And I think that's what's holding a lot of people back is fear. Like they want it, but because it ain't really been demonstrated to them, and most people stay close to the bullshit instead of really outstretching their arms and really giving themselves an opportunity to really take flight. A lot of people really be in self-doubt and they just be kind of scared of the unknown. So yeah, I'm really glad
it's scary though. So that's understandable. It's extremely scary.
Yeah.
But I think that it's more scary to stay in that space versus actually explore where you should be for your own personal self. Figure out who you are and your boundaries and the love of yourself. And then after that, you could show up in a different type of way.
Yep. Absolutely. That's a beautiful sentiment. Couldn't have stated it any better. Well, we're gonna be coming back. I don't know like what your schedule be looking like, but if you ever want to be do collabs and stuff, like hit me up because I love
I will.
And I
love a good deep dive into stuff.
Yes.
That's how I am. So
yes.
I'll be a little.
And shout out to you because you the one who really saved me from being Team Jackie. Once you sent me that screenshot, that changed everything. I was like, oh.
What's really crazy about it is everything that I have been saying, Chantel went over onto Carlos King and said exactly what I said.
Mm-hmm. She did. Yep.
But go ahead and close out your live. I'll talk to you later.
All right, boo. That was also Deb, you guys. So Deb Nair on YouTube and Instagram. Make sure y'all follow, child. Okay, all the content creators coming through, child. We're going to keep up the conversations. We have a lot to get into, child. My throat is dry. I need to be liquefied. We got to get into Shannon Sharp getting fired and get into just all the crazy celebrity shenanigans that are going on. So we're going to have a very action-packed Hot Topics Friday. So make sure that you guys stay subscribed, hit a like. Please share the stream out. We do it all here. I told y'all, we get serious here. We get shady here. We do it all here, child. We just a very multi-purpose, very multifaceted platform and channel. So I love you guys long time. Enjoy your night, and I will see you guys probably in the AM, probably before 12 noon. Yeah, probably before 12 noon. Oh, and you can also donate to the platform. Hold on. Oh, so none of my stuff working. I can't even click on my stuff. Oh, there you go. All donation information is in the description box. $ Consciouztv on Cash App, PayPal. Out of here, y'all. Peace.